the sleepy village of St. Mary Mead, a charming stranger hides a deadly secret. When thefts and whispers of murder unsettle the peace, Miss Marple, the unassuming spinster with a razor-sharp mind, unravels a web of greed and betrayal. From a mysterious heirloom to a hidden fortune, she sets a cunning trap to catch a dangerous criminal mastermind. Will her clever plan expose the truth before the shadows strike again? Dive into a tale of deception, revenge, and one woman's quiet brilliance. Chapter 1. The stranger in St. Mary Mead. The sun hung low over St. Mary Mead, painting the village in soft gold. Cottages with tidy gardens lined the narrow lanes, their roses nodding in the breeze. The church steeple poked above the trees, and the air smelled of fresh grass and baking bread from Mrs. Price's shop. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and secrets didn't stay secret for long. But today, something felt off, like a single wrong note in a familiar song. Miss Jane Marple, sitting by her window with her knitting, felt it before anyone else. Miss Marple was old, with white hair pinned neatly under a lace cap, and eyes that sparkled with a sharpness most folks missed. She looked like any other elderly lady, sipping tea and chatting about flowers, but her mind was a steel trap. She noticed things, small things, like the way someone's smile didn't reach their eyes, or how a stranger's shoes didn't match their story. She'd lived in St. Mary Mead her whole life, and she knew its rhythms like her own heartbeat. So when a new face appeared in the village, she noticed, and when that face brought trouble, she was ready. It started on a Tuesday morning. Miss Marple was knitting a scarf blue for her nephew Raymond when she heard the chatter outside. Mrs. Bantry, her friend from the big house up the hill, was talking loudly to Mrs. Price outside the shop. A new man, Mrs. Bantry said, her voice carrying like a bell. Moved into Rose Cottage yesterday. Calls himself Reginald Vane. Ever so charming, they say. Mrs. Price clucked, adding, he bought 2 loaves and paid with a crisp note. Not from around here, that's sure. Miss Marple's needles clicked steadily, but her ears were wide open. A new man in Rose Cottage. The little house had stood empty since old Mr. Giles passed last winter. She tilted her head, peering through her lace curtains. Across the lane, she saw him, Reginald Vane. He was tall, with dark hair slicked back and a suit too fine for a village like St. Mary Mead. He tipped his hat to Mrs. Price, flashing a smile that gleamed like polished silver. Miss Marple's lips pursed. That smile reminded her of young Tommy Pierce, who'd once sold fake raffle tickets to half the village before she'd caught him out. Charm, she knew, could hide a lot. The day went on quietly enough. Miss Marple tended her roses, chatted with the vicar about the church fete, and sipped tea with Miss Hartnell, who gossiped about Vane's fancy Cara, sleek black thing parked outside Rose Cottage. He says he's a writer, Miss Hartnell sniffed, but he doesn't look like one. Too tidy, if you ask me. Miss Marple nodded, her mind ticking. Writers, in her experience, were messy folk, with ink-stained fingers and cluttered desks. Vane's hands, she'd noticed, were clean as a whistle. By evening, the village was abuzz. At the Blue Boar pub, Mr. Pye, the postman, told anyone who'd listen that Vane had asked about the big house's Mrs. Bantry's place. The vicarage, even old Lady Harrow's manor, said he's researching for a book, Mr. Pye said, puffing his pipe. Wanted to know who lives where and what they own. Miss Marple, who'd stopped by to drop off a shawl for the barmaid's mother, overheard this and frowned. Researching, was he? It sounded more like prying. The next morning, trouble struck. Miss Marple was at the vicarage, helping arrange flowers. For Sunday's service, when the vicar, Mr. Clement, came rushing in, his face pale. "It's gone," he gasped. "The silver candlestick, my grandmother's, from the altar. Stolen last night." Mrs. Clement, his wife, wrung her hands. "The window was forced open," she said. "Who would do such a thing in St. Mary Mead?" The vicar called the police, and soon Constable Hurst was poking around, taking notes. And looking puzzled, Miss Marple sat quietly, arranging lilies in a vase, but her mind was racing. The candlestick was old, heavy, and worth a pretty penny, but it wasn't the kind of thing you could sell easily. Too recognizable, especially. In a small village, she thought of Vane, with his shiny suit and nosy questions. Had he been at the vicarage yesterday? She couldn't recall, but she'd seen him near the church, strolling with that easy grace of his. Too easy, perhaps. By noon, the village was in a tizzy. Mrs. Bantry marched up to Miss Marple's cottage, her cheeks pink with excitement. "Jane, have you heard a theft?" Right under our noses. She plopped onto the sofa, fanning herself. "Dolly Bantry, calm yourself," Miss Marple said, pouring tea. "Tell me everything." Mrs. Bantry leaned forward, eyes wide. "They say the thief climbed through the vicarage window after dark, left muddy footprints, but nothing else. And here's the odd bit: the candlestick was the only thing taken. Not the collection plate or the gold cross. Just that one piece." Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes narrowing. "Odd indeed," she said. She didn't mention Vane, not yet. Mrs. Bantry was a dear friend, but she loved to gossip, and Miss Marple preferred to keep her thoughts close until she had more to go on. Instead, she asked, "Was anyone seen near the vicarage last night?" Mrs. Bantry shook her head. "Not a soul, though Elsie, the maid, said she heard a dog barking around midnight." "Probably nothing." Elsie, Miss Marple tucked that name away. The maid was young, shy, and had a habit of noticing things others missed. She'd been at the vicarage yesterday, polishing the silver. Perhaps she'd seen something, or someone. Miss Marple made a mental note to talk to her. That afternoon, she took a walk, her black shawl draped over her shoulders, her steps slow but deliberate. She passed Rose Cottage, where Vane was watering the geraniums. He looked up, catching her eye, and gave that dazzling smile. "Good day, ma'am," he called, tipping his hat. "Lovely village you have here." Miss Marple smiled back, her face sweet as a grandmother's, but her eyes were sharp. "Thank you, Mr. Vane," she said. "We're a close little place. Not much happens without someone noticing." His smile flickered, just for a second, and she filed that away, to dot at the shop. Miss Marple bought a tin of biscuits and lingered, listening to the chatter. Mrs. Price was holding court, telling everyone about the theft. "Mark my words, it's an outsider," she said, slicing bread with a flourish. "No one from St. Mary Mead would dare." Mr. Pye, collecting his mail, chimed in. "That Vane fellow was asking about the vicarage last week. Said he admired the architecture, HMPH. Miss Marple's needles, tucked in her bag, seemed to click in her mind. Architecture, indeed. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting and thinking. The candlestick theft felt wrong, like a puzzle piece that didn't fit. Why take something so hard to sell? And why leave the gold cross, which was worth more? She thought of Vane's questions about the big houses, his clean hands, his smile. He reminded her of a man she'd known years ago, a charming rogue who'd swindled half the village before she'd figured him out. He'd had the same slick manners, the same way of making you like him while he picked your pocket up the next day. Miss Marple visited the vicarage again, this time to check on Mrs. Clement. Really? She wanted to see Elsie. The maid was in the kitchen, peeling potatoes, her hands shaking a little. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, her voice soft as a lullaby, "did you notice anything odd yesterday? Before the theft?" Elsie bit her lip, glancing at the door. I don't know, miss. I saw Mr. Vane near the church, that's all. He was looking at the windows, like he was studying them." Miss Marple nodded, patting her hand. "You're a good girl, Elsie. Don't worry, just keep your eyes open." That evening, the village held a meeting at the church hall. The vicar stood at the front, his voice trembling as he spoke about the theft. "We must stay vigilant," he said. "This is our home, and we protect it." The villagers nodded, murmuring about locking doors and watching strangers. Vane was there, sitting at the back, his face calm but his eyes darting. Miss Marple watched him from her corner, her knitting needle still. He clapped when the vicar finished, offering to help patrol the village at night. A fine offer, Miss Marple thought, for a man who might want to know when folks are asleep. As the meeting ended, she slipped out, walking home under the stars. The village felt different now, like a pond with a stone thrown in, ripples spreading everywhere. She thought of Elsie's words, Vane's smile, the muddy footprints. Something was brewing in St. Mary Mead, something bigger than a stolen candlestick. Miss Marple's mind spun like her knitting needles, piecing together a pattern no one else could see. Reginald Vane was trouble, she was sure of it. But what kind? A thief, a liar, or something worse? She reached her cottage, lit a lamp, and sat down with her tea. The scarf for Raymond was nearly done, but her work was just beginning. Tomorrow, she'd talk to Mrs. Bantry again, maybe visit Sir Henry Clithering, who knew a thing or two about criminals. She'd watch Vane, listen to the village, and let the truth come to her, the way it always did. In St. Mary Mead, nothing stayed hidden for long, not from Jane Marple. The night was quiet. Chapter 2. The village buzz. The morning after the vicarage theft. St. Mary Mead hummed like a beehive kicked over. The sun climbed high, glinting off cottage windows, but the air felt heavy with whispers. Everyone had a theory about the stolen candlestick, and nobody could stop talking about it. Miss Jane Marple sat in her garden, pruning her roses with tiny snips, her ears tuned to the chatter drifting over the hedges. She wore her usual black dress and lace cap, looking like any old lady tending her flowers, but her mind was sharp as the shears in her hand. Trouble had come to the village, and she meant to sort it out. By 9 o'clock, the high street was alive. Mrs. Price, the baker, stood outside her shop, waving a flowery hand as she told Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, about the theft. "It's a scandal," she said, her voice loud enough to reach Miss Marple's garden. That candlestick was old as the church itself. Who'd steal something so holy? Mrs. Weatherby, clutching a bundle of letters, shook her head. "An outsider, mark my words. We've never had such goings-on before." Miss Marple clipped a wilted rose, her lips twitching. Outsider or not, she thought, someone knew the vicarage well enough to slip in and out without a sound. She put down her shears and strolled toward the shop, her basket swinging. Inside, the air smelled of warm bread and gossip. Mrs. Price spotted her and waved her over. "Miss Marple, have you heard? The vicarage robbed. Constable Hurst says it's a professional job window, forced, no fingerprints." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes soft but bright. "Very troubling," she said. Did anyone see anything odd that night? Mrs. Price leaned closer, lowering her voice. Well, now you mention it, Elsie, the vicarage maid, said she saw that new man, Mr. Vane, near the church, before dark, just standing there, looking at the windows. Miss Marple's basket stilled. Elsie again. The girl had mentioned Vane yesterday, too, with that nervous look in her eyes. Interesting, Miss Marple said, keeping her voice mild. Mr. Vane seems to be everywhere, doesn't he? Mrs. Price nodded, slicing a loaf with a flourish. To everywhere, if you ask me. Always asking questions about the big houses, who owns what. Says it's for his book, but I don't trust him. Those fancy suits don't fool me. Miss Marple bought a currant bun and left, her mind turning like a wheel. Reginald Vane had arrived only a week ago, renting Rose Cottage with cash and a smile. He called himself a writer, but his hands were too clean, his manners too polished. She thought of Tommy Pierce again, the village boy who'd charmed everyone while stealing apples and pennies. Vane was no boy, though, and a silver candlestick was no apple. Something bigger was afoot, and Miss Marple meant to find out what. She walked to the Blue Boar, where the men gathered over pints and pipes. Mr. Pye, the postman, was there, holding court as usual. I saw Vane myself, he said, puffing smoke. Tuesday, before the theft. He was at the vicarage gate, looking at the windows like he was measuring them. Said he liked the stained glass. The other men grumbled, and Mr. Hay, the butcher, snorted. Stained glass, my foot. He's up to no good. Mark my words, he's the thief. Miss Marple lingered by the door, pretending to adjust her shawl. She didn't believe in jumping to conclusions. Village gossip was like a stew, full of flavour, but often half-cooked. Still, Vane's name kept popping up, and that wasn't chance. She thought of a case years ago when a charming stranger had swindled old Mrs. Trent out of her savings. He'd asked questions, too, about who had money and where they kept it. Miss Marple had spotted him because he'd worn boots too fine for a travelling salesman. Vane's shoes, she'd noticed, were polished to a mirror shine. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting the blue scarf for Raymond. The needles clicked, steady as a clock, while her mind pieced things together. The candlestick was odd valuable, yes, but hard to sell. Why not take the gold cross? It was smaller, worth more, and easier to hide, unless the thief wanted something specific. She thought of Vane's questions about the big houses, Mrs. Bantry's place, Lady Harrow's manor. Was he scoping out bigger prizes? Or was the candlestick a test, a way to see how the village reacted? The next day, Thursday, brought more news. Miss Marple was at the church, helping Miss Hartnell arrange hymnals, when Mrs. Bantry burst in, her hat askew. "Jane," she cried, fanning herself, "another theft, at my house, this time." Miss Marple's needles paused mid-stitch. "Goodness, Dolly, what's gone?" Mrs. Bantry sank onto a pew, her voice shaking. A rare coin, Arthur's pride and joy, from his grandfather's collection. It was in the study, locked in a case. Last night, someone broke the lock and took it. Nothing else, just the coin. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Another odd theft, valuable, but not easy to sell. "Any signs of the thief?" she asked. Mrs. Bantry shook her head. "Just a broken lock and a footprint in the garden. Muddy, like at the vicarage. Constable Hurst is there now, poking about." Miss Hartnell clucked her hands on her hips. "It's that Vane, I'll bet. He was at your house Monday, Dolly, asking about your antiques. Said he's writing about old families." "Humph." Miss Marple kept her face calm. but her heart quickened. Vane at the Bantries on Monday, the vicarage on Tuesday, and now 2 thefts in a row. She thought of Elsie's words, Vane studying the church windows, and now Mrs. Bantry's coin, taken from a locked case. This wasn't a petty thief, grabbing what he could. This was planned, careful, like a cat stalking a bird. But why these items? She needed more pieces to see the whole picture. That afternoon, she visited the Bantry estate, a big house with sprawling lawns and too many windows to watch. Colonel Bantry, red-faced and grumpy, was pacing the study. Blasted nerve, he muttered, breaking into my house. That coin was worth a fortune, Jane. Miss Marple nodded, peering at the broken lock. It was a clean job. No scratches, no mess. A professional, she thought, or someone who knew locks. She stepped outside, eyeing the footprint in the flower bed. It was deep, with a sharp edge, like a man's dress shoe. Vane's shoes, she recalled, had sharp edges. Back in the village, she stopped by the vicarage to see Elsie. The maid was scrubbing the kitchen floor, her face pale. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, sitting at the table, "you mentioned Mr. Vane near the church. Did you see him anywhere else?" Elsie's hands froze, and she glanced at the door. I saw him at Mrs. Bantry's gate Monday evening." She whispered, "He was looking at the house, like he was counting windows. I didn't tell anyone, miss. I was scared." Miss Marple patted her hand. "You're doing fine, dear. Just tell me what you see from now on." Elsie's fear stuck with Miss Marple as she walked home. The girl was no fool. She noticed things, just like Miss Marple did at her age. But fear could make people quiet, and quiet witnesses let thieves slip away. She thought of Vane's smile, his easy way of talking. He was charming, yes, but charm was a mask. She remembered a vicar's son, years ago, who'd charmed the village while forging checks. Miss Marple had caught him because he'd used the wrong ink. Details, she knew, were everything. By evening, the village was alight with talk. At the Blue Boar, Mr. Pye was at it again, telling everyone Vane had been seen near the Bantry estate Monday night. "He's the thief, I'm telling you," Mr. Hay said, slamming his pint. "We should run him out." Miss Marple, passing by with a parcel for the barmaid, paused. Now, she said, her voice gentle. "We mustn't judge too quickly. The police will sort it out." But inside, she was less sure. Vane was too clever to leave footprints unless he meant to. The next morning, Friday, brought a twist. Miss Marple was at the shop when Mrs. Bantry rushed in, her eyes wide. "Jane, you won't believe it. The coin, it's back." Miss Marple blinked. "Back?" Mrs. Bantry nodded, breathless. "Found it this morning, on the study desk, like it was never gone. But the lock's still broken, and Arthur swears he didn't put it there." Miss Marple's needles, tucked in her bag, seemed to click in her mind. A stolen coin, returned. That wasn't a thief's work. That was a game. She visited the Bantrys again, sipping tea, while Colonel Bantry grumbled. "Makes no sense," he said. "Why steal it, then bring it back? Is the thief mocking us?" Miss Marple smiled, stirring her tea. "Perhaps," she said, "or perhaps it's a distraction." She thought of Vane's questions, his strolls past big houses. Was he testing the village, seeing how fast they noticed? Or was the coin a mistake, returned to cover something else? She needed to watch him closer. That afternoon, she saw Vane outside Rose Cottage, polishing his car. He waved, his smile bright as ever. "Miss Marple," he called, "terrible business, these thefts. I'm thinking of starting a neighborhood. Watch. What do you say? His voice was smooth, but his eyes were sharp, like a fox watching a hen. Miss Marple smiled back, sweet as pie. A fine idea, Mr. Vane. We could use more eyes in St. Mary Mead. But inside, she thought, I'm watching you, Mr. Vane. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting and thinking. The candlestick, the coin, the footprints, they didn't add up, not yet. Vane was at the heart of it, she was sure, but why return? The coin, was he playing a trick, or was there a bigger prize? She thought of Lady Harrow's manor, with its old stories of hidden jewels. Vane had asked about it. Mr. Pye said, maybe he wasn't after candlesticks or coins. Maybe he was after something nobody had seen in years. She sipped her tea, her eyes on the flames. The village was buzzing, but Miss Marple was quiet, piecing it together. Elsie's fear, Vane's charm, the returned coinet was a puzzle, and she loved puzzles. Tomorrow she'd talk to Sir Henry Clithering. He'd know if Vane's name was known in London. For now, she'd keep watching, listening, letting the village talk. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple knew how to find them. Chapter 3. A pattern emerges. The sun rose over St. Mary Mead, casting long shadows across the cobblestone lanes. The village was still buzzing from the vicarage theft and the strange return of Colonel Bantry's coin. Whispers flew from cottage to cottage, each one spicier than the last. Miss Jane Marple sat in her parlour, her knitting needles clicking like a metronome, her eyes bright behind her spectacles. She looked like any old lady, wrapped in a shawl, sipping tea, but her mind was racing. 2 thefts, 1 item returned, and Reginald Vane's name on everyone's lips. It was a puzzle, and she was starting to see its shape. By breakfast time, the high street was alive with chatter. Miss Marple stepped out, her basket over her arm, to pick up some thread from Mrs. Weatherby's shop. The air smelled of dew and fresh bread, but the mood was anything but sweet. Mrs. Price, sweeping her shop steps, called out, Miss Marple, have you heard? Another theft? At Lady Harrow's manor this time. Miss Marple paused, her face calm but her heart quickening. Goodness, she said, what's gone missing now? Mrs. Price leaned closer, her voice low. A pearl brooch, old and fancy, from Lady Harrow's jewellery box. Taken last night, they say. The window was jimmied, just like the vicarage. Miss Marple's needles, tucked in her basket, seemed to click in her mind. Another theft, another window, another odd choice. A pearl brooch was valuable, sure, but it was small, personal, and hard to sell without raising eyebrows, she thought. Of the candlestick, heavy and holy, and the coin, rare but returned. Why these things? She nodded to Mrs. Price, promising to stop by later, and headed toward the manor. She needed to see this for herself. Lady Harrow's manor sat at the edge of the village, a grand old house with ivy climbing its walls and windows that sparkled like eyes. Miss Marple found Lady Harrow in the drawing-room, fanning herself with a lace handkerchief, her face pale under her powdered cheeks. Jane, it's dreadful, she cried. My mother's brooch, gone. It was locked in my jewellery box, in my bedroom. Who would dare? Miss Marple patted her hand, her voice soft. There, dear. Tell me everything, Lady Harrow sniffled, describing how she'd found the box forced open that morning, the brooch missing, and a muddy footprint on the rug below the window. Miss Marple knelt slowly, her knees creaking, and studied the footprint. It was deep, with a sharp heel, like the one at the Bantrys. She glanced at the window, its latch bent but not broken. A clean job, she thought, like someone who knew what they were doing. She asked, "Was anyone near the manor yesterday?" Lady Harrow frowned. "Well, that Mr. Vane stopped by. Said he was researching old houses for his book. I showed him the drawing room, but he seemed awfully curious about the upstairs." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened, though her face stayed sweet. Vane again, at the vicarage, the Bantrys, now the manor. She thanked Lady Harrow and stepped outside, peering at the flower bed under the window. The soil was soft, and there it was, another footprint, matching the others. She thought of Vane's polished shoes, their sharp edges glinting in the sun. Too neat for a writer, too bold for a village like St. Mary Mead. Back in the village, she stopped at the Blue Boar, where the men were gathered, their voices loud over their pints. Mr. Pye, the postman, was in fine form, his pipe puffing like a chimney. "I saw Vane near the manor yesterday," he said, strolling by like he owned the place. "Bet he's the thief." Mr. Hay, the butcher, nodded. "He's too slick. Nobody's that charming without a reason." Miss Marple lingered by the door, adjusting her shawl, her ears catching every word. She didn't like jumping to conclusions. Village talk was often more heat than light, but Vane's name kept circling. Like a moth around a flame dot she walked. To the vicarage next, hoping to catch Elsie. The maid was in the garden, hanging laundry, her hands quick but her eyes nervous. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, sitting on a bench, "you've been so helpful. Did you see Mr. Vane anywhere else this week?" Elsie bit her lip, glancing around. "I saw him near Lady Harrow's yesterday. He was by the gate, looking at the windows. I didn't say anything, he scares me." Miss Marple nodded, her voice gentle. "You're doing right, dear. Keep watching, but stay safe." Elsie's fear stuck with Miss Marple as she headed home. The girl was young, but she had sharp eyes, like Miss Marple's when she was a girl, noticing things others missed. Fear could silence a witness, though, and Miss Marple couldn't have that. She thought of a case years ago when a maid named Polly had seen a stranger near a robbed house, but stayed quiet out of fright. Miss Marple had coaxed the truth from her, and it had led to the thief's arrest. Elsie was her key now, but she'd need protecting. By noon, the village was in a proper uproar. At the shop, Mrs. Weatherby was sorting mail, muttering about outsiders bringing trouble. Mrs. Price chimed in. "It's Vane, I tell you. He's been poking around every big house." "What's he after?" Miss Marple bought a spool of thread. Listening quietly, she thought of Vane's questions about the vicarage, the Bantrys, Lady Harrow. He wasn't just curious. He was mapping the village like a hunter stalking prey. That afternoon, she visited Mrs. Bantry, who was still shaken from the coin theft. They sat in the conservatory, surrounded by ferns, sipping tea. "Jane, it's getting worse," Mrs. Bantry said, her hands fluttering. "First the vicarage, then us, now Lady Harrow. What's next?" Miss Marple stirred her tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's curious, Dolly. The candlestick, the coin, now a brooch, valuable but hard to sell. And the coin came back." "Why?" Mrs. Bantry frowned. "You think it's all connected?" Miss Marple smiled, her face soft but her mind sharp. "I think someone's playing a game, dear, and I mean to find out why." As she left the Bantrys, she saw Vane in the lane, tipping his hat to a passing farmer. His smile was bright, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the houses. Miss Marple nodded back, her own smile sweet as sugar. "Good day, Mr. Vane," she said. Keeping busy, he chuckled, his voice smooth. Just enjoying the village, Miss Marple, such a charming place. She watched him walk away, his step too confident, like a cat who'd caught a mouse, back home. She sat by her fire, knitting the scarf for Raymond. The needles clicked, steady and sure, while her mind spun. 3 thefts, all at big houses, all with forced windows and muddy footprints. The coin's return was the oddest piece. Why steal something, then give it back? She thought of a trickster she'd known in her youth, a man named Bertie who'd stolen trinkets to stir up trouble, then returned them to seem innocent. Bertie had been after something bigger, safe, full of bonds. Was Vane doing the same? Was he after Lady Harrow's rumoured jewels, hidden in the manor since her grandfather's day? The next morning, Saturday, brought a new twist. Miss Marple was at the church, helping with the fete preparations, when Constable Hurst arrived, looking grim. "Miss Marple," he said, tipping his hat, "the brooch is back. Found this morning on Lady Harrow's doorstep, wrapped in brown paper." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose, though her face stayed calm. "Back, you say? Like the coin?" Hurst nodded. "Exactly. No note, no explanation. It's like the thieves, toying with us." She followed him to the manor, where Lady Harrow was clutching the brooch, her eyes wide. "It's mine, all right," she said, "but who returns a stolen brooch? It's madness." Miss Marple studied the brooch, its pearls, glinting in the light. No damage, no scratches. She thought of the coin, returned to the Bantry's desk, and the footprints all matching. This wasn't theft for profit, it was something else. A test, a distraction, or a way to keep the village off balance. Back in the village, she stopped at the Blue Boar, where the talk was louder than ever. Mr. Pye was waving his pipe, saying, "Vane was seen near the manor last night. I swear it. He's behind this, mark my words." Mr. Hay nodded, his face red. "We should confront him. Enough's enough." Miss Marple spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. "Let's not rush, gentlemen. The police are handling it. We mustn't scare the thief away." But inside, she was piecing it together. Vane was clever, but he wasn't perfect. The footprints were a mistake, or maybe a taunt. That evening, she sat with Mrs. Bantry again, going over the facts. "Jane," Mrs. Bantry said, "do you think Vane's the thief?" Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes on the fire. "I think he's part of it, Dolly, but it's not just theft. There's a pattern, and I'm starting to see it." She thought of the manor's jewels, the old stories of a hidden safe. Vane's questions, his strolls, his charm, they were all leading somewhere. But where? She decided to call Sir Henry Clithering, her old friend from Scotland Yard. He'd know if Vane's name was known in London. She wrote a letter, her handwriting neat, asking him to check discreetly. If Vane was a professional, there'd be a trail. For now, she'd watch, listen, and let the village talk. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was closing in. Chapter 4. The Curious Alabitha. Morning mist hung over St. Mary Mead like a soft blanket, curling around the cottages and muffling the clatter of milk bottles on doorsteps. The village was still reeling from the theft's first vicarage candlestick, then Colonel Bantry's coin, and now Lady Harrow's pearl brooch, returned like the coin in a strange twist. Whispers filled the air, and every eye seemed to turn to Wardrow's cottage, where Reginald Vane lived. Miss Jane Marple sat in her parlour, her knitting needles clicking steadily, her mind sharper than the scissors on her table. The thefts were No random acts, they formed a pattern, and she was determined to unravel it. By breakfast time, the high street buzzed with fresh gossip. Miss Marple, basket in hand, strolled to Mrs. Price's shop for a loaf of bread, her ears open to the chatter. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was there, sorting letters with a frown. "It's that Vane," she said, her voice sharp. "Seen near every theft. And now Lady Harrow's brooch, back on her doorstep like a gift. What kind of thief does that?" Mrs. Price nodded, slicing bread. "He's too smooth, that one. Asking about everyone's houses, saying it's for his book. I don't buy it." Miss Marple paid for her loaf, her face calm but her mind racing. Vane's name was everywhere, like a tune you couldn't shake. She thought of the footprints deep, sharp-heeled, matching at every scene, and the returned items, coin and brooch, both valuable but left behind. It wasn't about money, she was sure. It was a game or a cover for something bigger. She remembered a swindler named Charlie, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd stolen trinkets to distract from a bank heist. Vane, with his polished shoes and slick smile, felt like Charlie's shadow. She decided it was time to call in help. Sir Henry Clithering, her old friend from Scotland Yard, had a knack for digging up dirt on strangers. He was retired now, living in a nearby village, but his mind was as sharp as ever. Miss Marple sat at her writing desk, penning a letter in her neat hand. "Dear Sir Henry," she wrote, "a curious matter has arisen in St. Mary Mead. A Mr. Reginald Vane, newly arrived, is linked to several thefts. Could you check if his name is known in London? Discretion, as always, is key." She sealed the letter and gave it to Mr. Pye, the postman, who promised to rush it off that afternoon. She visited the vicarage to check on Elsie, the maid who'd seen Vane near the church. Elsie was in the kitchen, polishing silver, her hands quick but her eyes darting. "Elsie dear," Miss Marple said, sitting at the table, "you've been so brave, telling me about Mr. Vane. Did you hear him say anything odd, maybe about his travels?" Elsie bit her lip, her voice low. "He was at the shop yesterday, miss, talking to Mrs. Price. Said he was in Paris last month, during that big jewel robbery in London. Sounded proud, like he wanted everyone to know." Miss Marple needles paused in her mind. Paris, last month. The London jewel robbery had been all over the papers. A gang had stolen diamonds from a Mayfair shop, slick as anything, and vanished. The police had no leads, but the timing stuck in her head. She thanked Elsie, patting her hand, and left, her mind ticking like a clock. Vane's alibi was too neat, like a story rehearsed. She needed to test it. Back home, she pulled out her old railway timetable, a tattered book she kept for just such moments. The London papers had said the jewel robbery happened on the night of March 15th. If Vane was in Paris then, he'd have taken the evening train from London to catch the Channel ferry. She flipped through the pages, her finger tracing the lines. The last train to Dover left at 6 p.m, arriving in time for the midnight ferry. But something nagged at her. She'd overheard Mr. Pye at the Blue Boar, saying Vane had posted a letter in St. Mary Mead on March 15th, stamped at 7 p.m. If he was in St. Mary Mead, then he couldn't have been on the Paris train. Her lips pursed. A flaw in Vane's alibi, small but sharp, like a crack in a teacup. She tucked the timetable away, her mind spinning. Was Vane part of the London gang? Or was he using the thefts in St. Mary Mead to cover something else? She thought of Lady Harrow's manor, with its tales of hidden jewels. Vane had asked about it, Mr. Pye said. Maybe the candlestick, coin, and brooch were distractions, keeping the village busy while he hunted a bigger prize. By evening, the village was in a tizzy. At the Blue Boar, Mr. Hay, the butcher, was waving his pint, saying, "Vane's the thief. I'm sure of it. We should search his cottage." Mr. Pye shook his head. "Police won't do it without proof. He's too clever." Miss Marple, passing by with a shawl for the barmaid, spoke up, her voice gentle. "Patience, gentlemen. The truth always comes out." But inside, she was less patient. Vane was slippery, and she needed to pin him down. The next morning, Sunday, brought a surprise. Miss Marple was at church, sitting in her usual pew, when the vicar, Mr. Clement, announced a new donation, a silver candlestick, identical to the stolen one, left on the altar overnight. The congregation gasped, and Mrs. Bantry, sitting next to Miss Marple, whispered, "Jane, it's back. Just like my coin and Lady Harrow's brooch." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes on Vane, who sat at the back, his face calm but his fingers tapping. Was he mocking them, returning the candlestick to the very place he'd stolen it? After the service, she lingered, studying the candlestick. It was the same heavy old, with a faint scratch she remembered from helping at the vicarage. No note, no explanation, just like the others. She thought of Charlie again, the swindler who'd returned stolen goods to seem innocent. Vane was playing a game, she was sure, but the rules were still hidden. She needed to know more about him, his past, his plans, his weaknesses. That afternoon, she walked to the Bantry estate, where Mrs. Bantry was pacing the garden. "Jane, it's madness," she said. "First my coin, then the brooch, now the candlestick all back. Is Vane toying with us?" Miss Marple sipped tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's a puzzle, darling. He's testing us, or hiding something bigger. We must watch him closely." Mrs. Bantry nodded, her face grim. "I saw him near the manor again yesterday, talking to that new gardener, Tom. Looked like they were arguing." Miss Marple's ears pricked up. Tom, the gardener. She hadn't thought of him. He was new, hired by Lady Harrow last month, a quiet man with rough hands and a limp. Was he connected to Vane? She remembered a case in St. Mary Mead, when a gardener named Ned had helped a thief by leaving gates unlocked. She made a note to talk to Tom, but carefully Vane was watching the village, and she was watching him. By Monday, a reply came from Sir Henry. Miss Marple opened the letter, her hands steady. "Dear Jane," it read, "your Mr. Vane is a mystery. No record in London under that name, but a man matching his description was seen with a known fence last year. No proof, but I'll dig deeper. Be careful, he may be dangerous." Miss Marple folded the letter, her lips tight. A fence, someone who sold stolen goods. Vane wasn't just a thief, he was part of something bigger, maybe a gang, she decided. To test Vane's alibi herself, she visited Mrs. Price's shop, where Vane often stopped for bread. "Mrs. Price," she said, picking out a bun, "did Mr. Vane ever mention his travels? Paris, perhaps?" Mrs. Price nodded, wiping her hands. "Oh yes, he was boasting about Paris last month. Said he was there for a week, saw the Eiffel Tower and all." Miss Marple smiled, but her mind was cold. The Paris story was a Lavane, had been in St. Mary Mead on March 15th, posting a letter. She thanked Mrs. Price and left her basket. Swinging, that evening, she saw Vane outside Rose Cottage, polishing his car. He waved, his smile bright. "Miss Marple," he called, "heard about the candlestick. Strange business, these thefts?" She nodded, her face sweet. "Very strange, Mr. Vane, but the village always finds the truth." His smile flickered just for a second, and she stored it away. He was nervous, she thought. Good. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting and thinking. The candlestick's return, the flawed alibi, the garden atomet was all coming together like stitches in a scarf. Vane was after something, maybe Lady Harrow's jewels, and the thefts were a smokescreen. She'd keep watching, listening, letting the village talk. Elsie's eyes, Sir Henry's help, her own sharp mind, they'd catch Vane yet. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was closing in. Chapter 5. Shadows of doubt. The dawn broke gently over St. Mary Mead, painting the village in soft pinks and golds. The cottages stood quiet, their chimneys puffing lazy smoke, but beneath the calm, a storm of suspicion brewed. The thefts, candlestick, bantry, coin, Lady Harrow's brooch, all returned mysteriously, had the village in a knot. Everyone pointed fingers at Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage, but proof was as slippery as a wet stone. Miss Jane Marple sat by her window, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The pieces were falling into place, and she was ready to tug the thread that would unravel the truth. By breakfast, the high street hummed with talk. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a jar of jam, her ears catching. Every whisper, Mrs. Weatherby, sorting mail, was in a huff. 3 thefts, all returned, she said, slapping a letter down. "It's that Vane, I'm sure. He's playing with us, like a cat with a mouse." Mrs. Price nodded, wiping her counter. "He was here yesterday, buying scones, all smiles." Asked about Miss Hartnell's old clock, said it's historic. "Humph, he's too nosy for my liking." Miss Marple paid for her jam, her face mild but her mind buzzing. Vane's questions were a map, tracing the village's treasure candlestick. Coin, brooch, now Miss Hartnell's clock. She thought of a thief she'd known years ago, a man named Jimmy who'd asked about silver spoons before robbing half. The village, Jimmy had been caught because he'd lingered too long at a tea party, boasting. Vane was smarter, but not smart enough. His footprints, sharp-heeled and deep, tied him to every theft. And his Paris alibi, cracked by the railway timetable, proved he was lying. She decided to find Elsie, the vicarage maid, who'd seen Vane near the church and Lady Harrow's manor. Elsie's eyes were sharp, but her fear was sharper, and Miss Marple needed her to stay brave. She walked to the vicarage, her steps slow but sure, her black shawl fluttering in the breeze. The garden was quiet, with roses nodding under the morning sun. Elsie was inside, scrubbing the hearth, her hands trembling. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, sitting at the kitchen table, "you've been such a help. Have you seen Mr. Vane? Anywhere else lately?" Elsie froze, her rag dripping. She glanced at the door, her voice a whisper. "Miss, I saw him last night, near Miss Hartnell's cottage. It was late, after supper. He was by her gate, looking at the windows. I was coming back from the shop, and I hid behind a hedge. He didn't see me, but I was scared." Miss Marple's eyes softened, but her heart quickened. Miss Hartnell's cottage, with its old clocker, heavy, ornate thing, worth a fortune but hard to sell. "You did well, dear," she said, patting Elsie's hand. "Don't tell anyone else, not yet. Just keep watching." Elsie's fear stuck with Miss Marple as she left. The girl was like a sparrow, quick but easily spooked. She thought of a maid named Clara, years ago, who'd seen a thief but stayed quiet out of fright. Clara's silence had let the man slip away, and Miss Marple wouldn't let that happen again. Elsie needed watching, maybe protecting. Vane was dangerous, she felt it in her bones, like a chill before a storm. By noon, the village was alight with fresh news. Miss Marple was at the Blue Boar, dropping off a shawl for the barmaid, when Mr. Pye, the postman, burst in, his pipe puffing. Another theft. He shouted, "Miss Hartnell's clock gone last night. Window forced, muddy footprint, same as before." The men groaned, and Mr. Hay, the butcher, slammed his pint. "It's Vane, I tell you. We should drag him to the police." Miss Marple lingered, adjusting her basket, her ears wide open. Another theft, another footprint, and Elsie's sighting of Vane. The pattern was clear, but the why was murky. She visited Miss Hartnell's cottage, a tidy place with lace curtains and a rose trellis. Miss Hartnell was in a state, her hands flapping like wings. "Jane, my clock. It's been in my family for generations. Taken from the parlour, right under my nose." Miss Marple nodded, peering at the window. The latch was bent, the frame scratched, and there, in the flower bed, was the footprint deep, sharp-heeled, like the others. She thought of Vane's shoes, polished to a shine, and his questions about the clock. "Terrible, dear," she said, "but we'll sort it out." Back in the village, she stopped at Mrs. Price's shop, where the gossip was thick as fog. "Vane was at Miss Hartnell's 2 days ago," Mrs. Price said, slicing bread. "Said he admired her clock, wanted to sketch it for his book." "Sketch my foot." Mrs. Weatherby chimed in. "He's been at every house that's been hit. If that's not proof, what is?" Miss Marple bought a bun, her face calm. "We mustn't rush," she said, "but we'll find the truth." Inside, she was sure Vane was the thief, but the returned items meant he was after something else. That afternoon, she sat with Mrs. Bantry at the big house, sipping tea in the conservatory. "Jane, it's getting out of hand," Mrs. Bantry said, her hands twisting. "First us, then Lady Harrow, now Miss Hartnell, and everything's coming back. What's he playing at?" Miss Marple stirred her tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's a game, Dolly, but not for fun. He's testing us, or hiding something bigger. Maybe Lady Harrow's jewels, the ones her grandfather hid." Mrs. Bantry gasped. "You think he's after those? They're just a story." Miss Marple smiled, her needles clicking in her mind. "Stories often have truth, dear. Vane's been asking about the manor, hasn't he?" She thought of the old tales lady, Harrow's grandfather. A rich man had hidden a fortune in jewels somewhere in the manor. Nobody had found them, but Vane's questions suggested he believed they were real. The theft candlestick, coin, brooch, clock were too odd to be about money. They were distractions, keeping the village busy while he searched. By evening, the village was in a panic. At the church hall, the vicar called a meeting, his voice shaky. "We must stay calm," he said, "but vigilant. Lock your doors, watch your windows." The villagers nodded, muttering about Vane. He was there, at the back, his smile smooth but his eyes sharp. "I'll help patrol," he offered, his voice loud. "We can't let this thief ruin our village." The crowd clapped, but Miss Marple, knitting in her corner, watched him closely. His offer was bold, too bold, like a fox volunteering to guard the henhouse. After the meeting, she walked home, her shawl tight against the evening chill. The stars were out, but the village felt dark, like a shadow had settled. She thought of Elsie's fear, Vane's lie about Paris, the footprints. Then a new thought hit her, a memory of a thief named Ted who'd worked with a partner. Ted stole small things to keep folks distracted while his friend cracked a safe. Was Vane working alone, or did he have help? The gardener, Tom, at Lady Harrow's Manamesa's Bantry had seen him arguing with Vane. Was he part of it? The next morning, Tuesday, brought a shock. Miss Marple was at the shop when Miss Hartnell rushed in, her face red. "My clocket's back," she cried. "Found it on my doorstep this morning, wrapped in paper, like the brooch." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose, though her face stayed calm. "Back, you say?" Miss Hartnell nodded, clutching her shawl. "Not a scratch on it. It's like it was never gone." "What's this thief doing, Jane?" Miss Marple walked to Miss Hartnell's cottage, where Constable Hurst was examining the clock. It was the same heavy, ornate, with a tiny dent sheet. Noticed before. No note, no clue, just like the others. She thought of Vane's smile, his offer to patrol. Was he returning the items to throw off suspicion, or to keep the village guessing? She thanked Miss Hartnell and left, her mind spinning. The thefts were a dance, and Vane was leading. But she was learning his steps. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting and thinking. Elsie's sighting, the returned clock, Vane's cracked alibi, it was all pointing to him. But the why was still hidden. She thought of Lady Harrow's jewels, the Manor's secret safe. Vane was circling it, she was sure, but he was clever, covering his tracks with returned goods and charm. She needed to talk to Tom, the gardener, and see if he was Vane's partner. And she needed Sir Henry's next letter to know if Vane's name tied to a gang. She sipped her tea, her eyes on the flames. The village was scared, but Miss Marple wasn't. She'd faced thieves before, and she'd face Vane now. Elsie's eyes, the footprints, her own sharp mind, they'd catch him. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was one step closer to the truth. Chapter 6. The Hidden Motive. The morning sun spilled over St. Mary Mead, gilding the rooftops and glinting off the church steeple. The village seemed peaceful, with sparrows chirping and milk bottles clinking on doorsteps, but a nervous hum ran. Beneath it all, the string of Thefts Vicarage, candlestick, Bantry coin, Lady Harrow's brooch, Miss Hartnell's clock, all mysteriously returned, had everyone on edge. Fingers pointed at Reginald Vane, the charming stranger in Rose Cottage, but proof was as hard to grasp as mist. Miss Jane Marple sat in her parlour, her knitting needles clicking like a quiet clock, her mind sharp as a pin. The thefts were no accident, they were part of a plan, and she was close to seeing it clear. By breakfast, the high street was alive with chatter. Miss Marple, basket over her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a tin of biscuits, her ears tuned to the gossip. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her face pinched. "Another day, another worry," she muttered. Vane was at the Blue Boar last night, asking about Lady Harrow's manor again. Says he's writing about old houses, but I don't trust him. Mrs. Price nodded, stacking loaves. He's too curious. Asked me about the manor's history, said, "It's rich with secrets." What's he after? Miss Marple paid for her biscuits, her face calm but her mind racing. Lady Harrow's manor kept coming up, like a thread that wouldn't stay tucked. She thought of the old stories Lady Harrow's grandfather, a wealthy merchant, had hidden. A fortune in jewels somewhere in the manor, locked in a secret safe. Nobody had found it, but the tale lingered, whispered at tea parties and pub tables. Vane's questions about the manor, his visits to every robbed house, the returned items, it all pointed to a hunt for that treasure. She remembered a swindler named George, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd stolen trinkets to distract from a bigger prize. Vane, with his slick smile and sharp shoes, was cut from the same cloth. She decided to dig deeper. Lady Harrow's manor was the key, she was sure, but she needed to know what Vane knew. She walked to the vicarage, hoping to catch Elsie, the maid who'd seen Vane near every theft. Elsie was in the kitchen, peeling carrots, her hands shaky and her eyes darting. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, sitting at the table, "you've been so brave. Did Mr. Vane ever mention Lady Harrow's manor?" Elsie's knife paused, and she glanced at the door. "Yes, miss," she whispered. "I heard him at the shop, talking to Tom, the gardener. He asked if the manor had old cellars or hidden rooms. Tom got mad, told him to mind his own business." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened, though her smile stayed soft. Tom, the new gardener at the manor, arguing with Vane. She thought of Mrs. Bantry's remark about seeing them together, looking cross. Was Tom Vane's partner, or just caught in his web? She remembered a case years ago when a gardener named Sam had helped a thief by leaving windows unlocked. Sam had been young, easily swayed, like Tom seemed to be. "Thank you, Elsie," she said, patting her hand. "You're a good girl. Stay careful and tell me anything you hear." Elsie's fear weighed on Miss Marple as she left. The girl was scared, and scared people made mistakes or worse, stayed silent. She thought of Clara, the maidhood, kept quiet about a thief out of fright, letting him slip away. Elsie was her best witness, but Vane's shadow loomed over her. Miss Marple needed to protect her, and fast. By noon, the village was buzzing with new talk. Miss Marple stopped at the Blue Boar, dropping off a scarf for the barmaid's mother. Her ears open, Mr. Pye, the postman, was holding court, his pipe puffing. Vane was at the manor again yesterday, he said, talking to Tom by the gate. Looked like a Rotarm was waving his arms. Mr. Hay, the butcher, snorted. Vane's trouble, and that Tom's no better. New in town, limping about, keeping to himself. Bet they're in it together. Miss Marple adjusted her shawl, her mind ticking. A partner made sense. Vane couldn't be everywhere, and the thefts were too smooth for one man. She decided to see Tom herself. She walked to Lady Harrow's manor, her steps slow but deliberate, her basket swinging. The manor loomed, its ivy-covered walls hiding secrets. Tom was in the garden, trimming hedges, his face set and his limp noticeable. "Good day, Tom," Miss Marple said, her voice sweet. "Lovely work you're doing." Tom looked up, his eyes wary. "Thank you, ma'am," he muttered, clipping faster. She smiled, picking a rose. "You've settled in well. Do you know Mr. Vane? He seems fond of the manor." Tom's clippers paused, and his jaw tightened. "Seen him around," he said. "Asks too many questions." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes soft but sharp. Tom was nervous, maybe hiding something, maybe not. She thanked him and left, her mind spinning. Tom's anger at Vane could mean he was innocent or part of the plan, playing a role. She needed more to go on. Back in the village, she stopped at Mrs. Price's shop, where the gossip was thick. "Vane was here this morning," Mrs. Price said, asking about the manor's old owner. Lady Harrow's grandfather wanted to know about his travels, his wealth. Said it's for his book, HMPH. Miss Marple bought a scone, her face calm. The manor's jewels vein was circling them, she was sure. The thefts were a smokescreen, keeping the village busy while he searched. But why return the stolen goods? To seem innocent, like George the swindler, or to keep the police guessing? She thought of the footprints, all matching veins, sharp-heeled shoes. He was clever, but not perfect, and Tom, friend or foe, was a new piece in the puzzle. That afternoon, she sat with Mrs. Bantry at the big house, sipping tea in the parlour. "Jane, it's getting worse," Mrs. Bantry said, her hands fluttering, for thefts all returned. And now veins, sniffing. Around the manor, is he after those jewels? Miss Marple stirred her tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's likely, Dolly. The thefts are a distraction, I think, to keep us looking the wrong way. But he's not alone." Mrs. Bantry gasped. "Not alone? You mean Tom?" Miss Marple nodded, her voice low. "Maybe we must watch them both." By evening, the village was in a state. At the church hall, the vicar held another meeting, his voice pleading. "We must stay strong," he said. "Lock your doors, watch your neighbours." Vane was there. At the back, his smile smooth. "I'll keep patrolling," he said, his voice loud. "We'll catch this thief." The crowd clapped, but Miss Marple, knitting in her corner, watched him closely. His eyes were too sharp, his offer too eager. She thought of a fox circling a henhouse, waiting for the right moment. After the meeting, she walked home, the night air cool on her face. The stars twinkled, but the village felt heavy, like a storm was coming. She thought of Elsie's fear, Tom's wariness, Vane's questions about the manor. Then a new idea struck, a memory of a thief named Dick, who'd used a partner to scout houses while he stole. Dick's partner had been a quiet man, like Tom, keeping his head down. Was Tom helping Vane, or was he caught in something he didn't understand? The next morning, Wednesday, brought a letter from Sir Henry Clethering. Miss Marple opened it, her hands steady. "Dear Jane," it read, "Vane's name is still a blank, but the man I mentioned, seen with a fence, matches his look tall, dark hair, slick. He's tied to a syndicate, small but clever, known for big heists. No proof he's your man, but watch him, I'll keep digging." Miss Marple folded the letter, her lips tight. A syndicate Vane wasn't just a lone thief. He was part of a web, and the manor's jewels were likely his target. She decided to check on Elsie again. At the vicarage, the maid was washing dishes, her face pale. "Miss," Elsie whispered, "I heard Vane and Tom again, last night, by the manor gate. Vane was talking about a safe and old plans. Tom told him to stop, said it was too risky." Miss Marple's heart quickened, but her voice stayed soft. "You're a brave girl, Elsie. Stay quiet and stay safe." Elsie nodded, her eyes wide. Miss Marple left, her mind racing. A safe laddie harrows hidden jewels. Vane was close, and Tom was either with him or against him. Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting and thinking. The thefts, the footprints, Elsie's reports, Sir Henry's letter, was all coming together, like a scarf taking shape. Vane was after the manor's treasure, using the thefts to keep the village distracted. Tom was a question mark, but Elsie's fear was a warning. Miss Marple needed to act, to set a trap before Vane struck again. She sipped her tea, her eyes on the flames. The village was scared, but she wasn't. She'd faced thieves before, and she'd face Vane now. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was ready to pull the thread. Chapter 7. A Dangerous Encounter. The morning fog draped St. Mary Mead like a heavy shawl, muting the clatter of milk bottles and the chirp of sparrows. The village was on edge, its nerves frayed by the string of Theft's vicarage candlestick. Bantry coin, Lady Harrow's brooch, Miss Hartnell's clock, all returned in a baffling game. Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage, was the name on every tongue, but proof slipped through fingers like sand. Miss Jane Marple sat by her fire, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The thefts were a mask, hiding a hunt for Lady Harrow's hidden jewels, and now a darker shadow loomed. She felt it in her bones. Vane was no mere thief. By breakfast, the high street buzzed with fresh worry. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a loaf of bread, her ears catching the chatter. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her face grim. "It's Vane, I'm telling you," she said, slapping a letter down. "He's been at every house that's been hit, asking about treasures and old safes. Now he's sniffing around the manor again." Mrs. Price nodded, wiping her counter. "He was here yesterday, all smiles, asking about Lady Harrow's grandfather. Said he's researching for his book. I don't trust him one bit." Miss Marple paid for her bread, her face calm but her mind racing. Vane's questions about the manor, his cracked Paris alibi, the footprints matching his sharp-heeled shoes, all pointed to the hidden jewels. She thought of a thief named Harry, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd stolen small things to cover a bigger crime. Harry had turned out to be a killer, silencing a witness who'd seen too much. Was Vane the same? His charm, his ease, felt too much like Harry's, and Elsie's fear, her whispered reports of Vane and Tom. The gardener, arguing about a safe, made Miss Marple's heart heavy. She decided to check on Elsie, the vicarage. Maid who'd binned her eyes in the village. Elsie's sightings of Vane near the church, the manor, Miss Hartnell's cottage were gold, but her fear was a danger. Miss Marple walked to the vicarage, her steps slow but sure, her shawl fluttering. In the fog, the garden was quiet, the roses damp with mist. She knocked, and Mrs. Clement, the vicar's wife, answered, her face pale. "Jane, oh, it's awful," she cried. "Elsie's gone, didn't come to work this morning. Her mother says she never came home last night." Miss Marple's heart sank, but her face stayed calm. "Gone?" she asked, stepping inside. Mrs. Clement wrung her hands. "Yes, vanished. Her bed's not been slept in. We've sent for Constable Hurst, but I'm so worried. She's a good girl, never misses a day." Miss Marple sat at the kitchen table, her mind spinning. Elsie, missing after telling her about Vane and Tom. She thought of Harry again, who'd made a witness disappear when she got too close. "Did Elsie say anything yesterday?" Miss Marple asked. Mrs. Clement shook her head. Only that she was scared after seeing Vane near the manor. She wouldn't say more. Miss Marple's needles paused in her mind. Elsie's fear had been real, and now she was gone. Had Vane seen her watching? Had he heard her talking? She remembered a case. Years ago, when a maid named Polly vanished after spotting a thief. Polly had been found, shaken but safe, hiding in a barn. Miss Marple hoped Elsie was hiding, too, but the chill in her bones said otherwise. She patted Mrs. Clement's hand. "We'll find her, dear. Tell Constable Hurst everything, and I'll do what I can." She left the vicarage, her step heavier. Elsie was her key, and now she was missing. She needed to find her, and fast, before Vane's game turned deadly. She walked to the Blue Boar, where the men were gathered. their voices loud over their pints. Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe. "Elsie's gone," he said. "Bet Vane's behind it. He was at the manor last night, near the gate." With that Tom looked shifty. Mr. Hay, the butcher, nodded. "We should search Vane's cottage. He's no good, I tell you." Miss Marple lingered by the door, adjusting her basket, her ears wide open. Vane and Tom again together, late. At night, she decided to talk to Tom, the manor's gardener, herself. She walked to Lady Harrow's manor, its ivy walls looming through the fog. Tom was raking leaves, his limp noticeable, his face set. "Good morning, Tom," Miss Marple said, her voice sweet. "Such a fine garden you keep." Tom looked up, his eyes wary. "Thank you, ma'am," he muttered, raking faster. She smiled, picking a daisy. "You've seen Mr. Vane, I hear. He's fond of the manor, isn't he?" Tom's rake paused, and his jaw tightened. "He's always around, asking about old rooms, safes. Told him to leave me alone." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes soft but sharp. Tom's anger seemed real. But was it? She thought of Sam, the gardener who'd helped a thief, pretending to be cross to cover his tracks. "You're a good man, Tom," she said. "If you hear anything, come to me." She left, her mind ticking. Tom was either Vane's accomplice or his pawn, and Elsie's disappearance made the difference urgent. Back in the village, she stopped at Mrs. Price's shop, where the gossip was thick as soup. "Elsie's gone," Mrs. Price said, slicing bread, "and Vane was seen near the vicarage last night, before she vanished. Mrs. Weatherby saw him, lurking by the hedge." Miss Marple bought a scone, her face calm. "How troubling," she said. "We must keep our eyes open." Inside, her heart raced. Vane near the vicarage, the night Elsie disappeared. It wasn't chance. She thought of Harry, who'd silenced, a witness with a threatened worse. That afternoon, she sat with Mrs. Bantry at the big house, sipping tea in the conservatory. "Jane, Elsie's gone," Mrs. Bantry cried, her hands fluttering. "Do you think Vane took her? Is he a murderer?" Miss Marple stirred her tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's possible, Dolly. The thefts, the returns, Elsie's fear-its, all tied to the manor's jewels, I'm sure. Vane's after them, and Elsie saw too much." Mrs. Bantry gasped, "A murderer, in St. Mary Mead." Miss Marple nodded, her voice low. "I've seen it before, dear. A man like Vane charming. Clever doesn't stop at theft, if he's cornered." She thought of Harry again, who'd killed a shopkeeper who'd caught him stealing. The police had called it an accident, but Miss Marple had known better, spotting the lie in Harry's tears. Vane's smile, his ease, felt the same. Elsie's disappearance was a warning, and Miss Marple wouldn't ignore it. She needed to find the girl, and she needed to trap Vane before he hurt anyone else. By evening, the village was in a panic. At the church hall, the vicar held another meeting, his voice trembling. "Elsie's missing," he said. "We must search fields, barns, everywhere, and stay vigilant." Vane was there, at the back, his face solemn but his eyes sharp. "I'll join the search," he said, his voice loud. "Poor girl, we must find her." The crowd nodded, but Miss Marple, knitting in her corner, watched him closely. His offer was too quick, like a man covering his tracks. After the meeting, she walked home, the fog thick around her. The stars were hidden, and the village felt cold, like a shadow had fallen. She thought of Elsie, her frightened eyes, her whispered words about Vane and Tom. Then a memory hit her a case years ago. when a girl named Annie had vanished after seeing a thief. Annie had been found, locked in a shed, scared but alive. Miss Marple prayed Elsie was alive, too, but Vane's syndicate ties, from Sir Henry's letter, made her fear the worst. The next morning, Thursday, she visited Constable Hurst at the police station, a small building by the church. "Any news of Elsie?" she asked, her voice gentle. Hurst shook his head, his face grim. "We've searched the woods, the barns, nothing, but we found a scarf, Elsie's, near the manor gate, muddy, torn." Miss Marple's heart sank, but she kept her face calm. "Near the manor?" she asked. Hurst nodded. "Where Vane was seen last night. We're watching him, but no proof yet." Miss Marple left, her mind spinning. Elsie's scarf, near the manor, where Vane and Tom had argued. She thought of the jewels, the safe Vane's questions. Was Elsie locked away, like Annie had been? Or had Vane gone further? She needed to talk to Tom again, to see if he'd crack. And she needed Sir Henry's next letter to know more about Vane's syndicate. For now, she'd watch, listen, and let the village talk. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was closing in, step by careful step. Chapter 8. The trap takes shape. The morning sun peeked through the fog in St. Mary Mead, casting a pale glow over the cottages and lanes. The village was a bundle of nerves, shaken by the string of Thefts Vicarage, Candlestick, Bantry, Coin, Lady, Harrow's brooch, Miss Hartnell's clock, all returned in a strange game, and now Elsie, the vicarage maid, was missing. Everyone pointed at Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage, but proof was as hard to catch as a shadow. Miss Jane Marple sat by her parlour window, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. Elsie's disappearance was a warning, and Vane's hunt for Lady Harrow's hidden jewels was the key. It was time to set a trap. By breakfast, the high street hummed with worry. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a tin of tea, her ears open to the chatter. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her voice sharp. "Elsie's still gone," she said, slamming a letter down, "and Vane was seen near the manor again, talking to that gardener, Tom. They're in it together, I bet." Mrs. Price nodded, stacking biscuits. "Vane's too smooth. Asked me yesterday about old church relics, said they're fascinating. What's he planning?" Miss Marple paid for her tea, her face calm but her mind racing. Vane's questions about church relics, his focus on the manor's hidden safe, the footprints matching his sharp-heeled shoes, it all pointed to the jewels. Elsie's disappearance. After seeing Vane and Tom arguing about a safe, made her fear he was more than a thief. She thought of a killer named Harry, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd silenced a witness to protect his scheme. Vane's charm, his lies about Paris, felt the same. Elsie was in danger, and Miss Marple needed to act fast. She decided to set a trap, something to lure Vane into showing his hand. The idea came from a case long ago when she'd caught a thief named Bert by spreading a rumor about a fake treasure. Bert had taken the bait, sneaking into a barn where the police waited. Vane was cleverer, but greed was greed, and Miss Marple knew how to use it. She'd invent a rare artifact tied to the church and make sure Vane heard about it. If he bit, she'd have him. She started at the vicarage, where Mrs. Clement was wringing her hands over Elsie. "Jane, no news," she said, her voice trembling. "The police found nothing, just her scarf by the manor. Miss Marple patted her arm, her voice soft. "We'll find her, dear. I have an idea." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "There's a rumor an old silver chalice, hidden in the church crypt, worth a fortune. I need you to mention it at the shop, where Vane might hear. Don't. Say it's from me." Mrs. Clement blinked, confused, but nodded. "If it helps Elsie, I'll do it." Miss Marple smiled, her eyes sharp. The chalice was a lie, but a good one. The church crypt was real, dark and dusty, perfect for a trap. She'd make sure Vane heard the rumor, and she'd need allies to pull it off. She walked to the Bantry estate, where Mrs. Bantry was pacing the garden, her hat askew. "Jane, Elsie's gone, and Vane's still free," she cried. "What are we to do?" Miss Marple sipped tea, her voice calm. "Dolly, I have a plan. There's a story about a silver chalice hidden in the church. Tell it at the Blue Boar, loud enough for Vane to hear. It's our bait." Mrs. Bantry's eyes widened. "Bait? You mean to catch him?" Miss Marple nodded, her needles clicking. In her mind, he's after treasure. Dolly lady, harrows, jewels, I think. The thefts are a cover. If he goes for the chalice, we'll have him. Mrs. Bantry clapped her hands, excited. "Oh, Jane, you're clever. I'll tell everyone at the pub tonight." Miss Marple smiled, but her heart was heavy. Elsie's absence was a dark cloud, and the trap had to work. By noon, the village was alive with talk. Miss Marple stopped at the Blue Boar, dropping off a shawl for the barmaid, her ears catching the gossip. Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe. Vane was at the manor again, arguing with Tom, he said. "And now Elsie's gone. Bet they've done something to her." Mr. Hay, the butcher, nodded. "We should storm Vane's cottage." Miss Marple spoke up, her voice gentle. "Patience, gentlemen. The police will handle it." But inside, she was planning. Vane and Tom were key, and the chalice rumor would test them both. She walked to the church, where the vicar, Mr. Clement, was polishing the altar. "Mr. Clement," she said, her voice sweet, "there's talk of an old chalice in the crypt from the manor's days. Could you mention it at the shop? It might draw out our thief." The vicar frowned, puzzled. "A chalice? I've never heard of it." Miss Marple smiled. "Just a story, but let it spread." He nodded, trusting her, and she left, her mind ticking. The rumor was planted now to see who bit. That afternoon, she saw Vane outside Rose Cottage polishing his car. He waved, his smile bright. "Miss Marple," he called, "heard about Elsie. Terrible thing. I'm joining the search." His voice was smooth, but his eyes were sharp, like a fox sniffing the air. She nodded, her face sweet. "Very kind, Mr. Vane. The village needs good men." But inside, she thought, "You're no good man." His offer to search was a cover, she was sure, to keep eyes off him. Back home, she sat with Mrs. Bantry, going over the plan. "Dolly," she said, "we need the police ready, but quiet. If Vane goes for the chalice, we'll catch him." In the crypt, Mrs. Bantry nodded, her eyes bright. "I'll talk to Constable Hurst. Tell him it's your idea, but keep it hushed." Miss Marple stirred her tea, her mind sharp, and watched Tom, the gardener. "He's either with Vane or against him. We need to know." By evening, the rumor was spreading at the Blue Boar. Mrs. Bantry, loud as a bell, told Mr. Pye about the chalice in the crypt, her voice carrying. Miss Marple, lingering by the door, saw Vane at the bar, his head tilted, listening. His smile didn't waver, but his fingers tapped the counter, quick and nervous. She thought of Bert, the thief who'd fallen for her fake treasure, caught. Red-haired Vane was cleverer, but his greed was the same. The next morning, Friday, brought a letter from Sir Henry Clethering. Miss Marple opened it, her hands steady. "Dear Jane," it read. "Vane's description matches a man tied to a syndicate known for jewel heists. No hard proof, but they've silenced witnesses before. Be careful, Elsie's disappearance fits their pattern." Miss Marple folded the letter, her lips tight. A syndicate, and Elsie missing. She thought of Harry, the killer who'd silenced a witness. Vane was dangerous, and the trap was her only chance. She visited the vicarage, hoping for news of Elsie. But Mrs. Clement shook her head. "Nothing, Jane. The police found her scarf, but no sign of her." Miss Marple's heart sank, but she kept her face calm. "We'll find her," she said, though her fear grew. She thought of Annie, the girl locked in a shed years ago, found just in time. Elsie had to be alive, and the chalice trap would draw Vane out, maybe lead to her. That afternoon, she saw Tom at the manor, raking leaves, his face grim. "Tom," she said, her voice soft, "you've been so helpful." Did Mr. Vane mention a chalice, maybe at the church? Tom's rake stopped, and his eyes darted. "He asked about the crypt yesterday," he muttered. "Said it's old, might hide treasures. Told him to leave it alone." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes sharp. Tom was nervous guilty, or just scared. She thanked him and left, her mind spinning. Vane had heard the rumour, and he was biting. By evening, the village was tense, waiting for news of Elsie. At the church hall, the vicar spoke, his voice shaky. "We're searching for Elsie," he said. "Stay vigilant." Vane was there, offering to patrol, his smile smooth. Miss Marple, knitting in her corner, watched him. His eyes flicked to the vicar, then away. He'd heard about the chalice. She was sure, and he'd act soon. She leaned to Mrs. Bantry, whispering, "Tell Hurst to watch the church tonight, but stay hidden. Vane's coming." As she walked home, the fog was thick, the stars gone. The village felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. She thought of Elsie's fear, Vane's syndicate, Tom's wariness. The chalice was bait, and Vane was circling. She remembered Bert, caught because he couldn't resist a treasure. Vane was the same, but dangerous, maybe a killer. She needed Elsie safe, and Vane caught. The trap was set, and St. Mary Mead's secrets were about to spill. Chapter 9. Allies in the game. The sun climbed over St. Mary Mead, brushing the fog away and painting the village in bright gold. The cottages sparkled, their roses nodding in the breeze, but a shadow hung heavy. Elsie, the vicarage maid, was still, missing, and the string of theft's candlestick, coin, brooch, clock, all returned, had the village in a twist. Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage, was the prime suspect, his charm masking a hunt for Lady Harrow's hidden jewels. Miss Jane Marple sat by her parlour fire, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The chalice rumour she'd planted was spreading, and now it was time to tighten the trap. By breakfast, the high street buzzed like a beehive. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a jar of honey, her ears catching every whisper. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her voice sharp. "Elsie's still gone," she said, slamming a letter down, "and Vane was at the church yesterday, asking about the crypt. Said it's for his book. Humph. He's after that chalice. Mark my words. Mrs. Price nodded, wiping her counter. He was here this morning, all smiles, buying scones. Asked about the church fete, said he might help. Miss Marple paid for her honey, her face calm but her mind racing. Vane had heard the chalice rumour. She'd made sure of it, with Mrs. Clement and Mrs. Bantry spreading the tale. His interest in the crypt, his questions about the fate, meant he was biting. She thought of a thief named Bert, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd fallen for a fake treasure she'd invented, caught in a barn with the police waiting. Vane was cleverer, but his greed was the same, and Elsie's disappearance made the trap urgent. She needed allies to pull it off, and she knew just who to call. She sat at her writing desk, penning a note to her nephew, Raymond West, a writer who loved a good story. "Dear Raymond," she wrote, "come to St. Mary Mead at once. A mystery needs your flair. Bring your charm and be ready to play a part." She sealed the letter and gave it to Mr. Pye, the postman, who promised to rush it off. Raymond was young, clever, and good at stirring up talk, perfect for making the chalice rumour irresistible to Vane. By noon, a letter arrived from Sir Henry, Clithering, her friend from Scotland Yard. Miss Marple opened it, her hands steady. "Dear Jane," it read, "Vane's description matches a man linked to a syndicate known for jewel heists across London. They're small, slick, and ruthless. In a murder last year, a witness who got too close. No proof Vane's one of them, but Elsie's disappearance fits their pattern. I'm coming tomorrow to help. Be careful." Miss Marple folded the letter, her lips tight. A syndicate, a murder Vane, was no petty thief, and Elsie was in real danger. She thought of a killer named Harry, who'd silenced a witness in St. Mary Mead years ago. Harry's charm, his lies, had fooled everyone, but Miss Marple had caught him by spotting a lie in his boots. Vane's sharp-heeled shoes, his cracked Paris alibi were the same kind of slip. She needed to move fast before Elsie paid the price. The chalice trap was her best shot, and the village fete, set for tomorrow, was the perfect stage. She walked the church, where the fete preparations were in full swing. Bunting hung from the trees, and tables were piled with cakes and jams. The vicar, Mr. Clement, was directing helpers, his face drawn from worry over Elsie. "Jane," he said, "any news?" She shook her head, her voice soft. "Not yet, but we're close. Keep talking about that chalice, loud enough for all to hear." He nodded, trusting her, and called to a helper. "Mind the crypt door, it's where that old chalice is hidden, they say." Miss Marple smiled, her eyes sharp. The rumour was growing, and Vane would hear it. She found Mrs. Bantry at the fete stalls, arranging flowers. "Dolly," Miss Marple whispered, "Vane's part of a syndicate, dangerous men. The chalice rumours. Working, he's asking about the crypt. At the fete, make sure everyone talks about it, especially near him." Mrs. Bantry's eyes widened. "A syndicate, oh Jane, is Elsie?" Miss Marple patted her arm. "We'll find her, dear. Just play your part." Mrs. Bantry nodded, her face set. "I'll make sure he hears it, Jane. We'll catch that snake." By afternoon, Raymond arrived, his car rattling up the lane. He was tall, with a quick smile and a writer's knack for stories. "Aunt Jane," he said, hugging her, "what's this mystery? Your letter was delightfully vague." She poured tea, her voice calm. "A thief named Vane, Raymond, after hidden jewels. He's dangerous, and a girl's missing. I've spread a rumour about a silver chalice in the church crypt. At the fete, you'll talk it up, make it sound real. He's listening." Raymond grinned, his eyes bright. A trap, I'm in. I'll spin a tale to make his mouth water. Miss Marple smiled, her needles clicking in her mind. Raymond's charm, his way with words, would make the chalice irresistible. She thought of Bert, caught because he couldn't resist a fake treasure. Vane was greedier, but the fate would be his test. She needed the police ready. She walked to the police station, where Constable Hurst was writing reports. "Constable," she said, "the chalice rumours drawing Vane out. Watch the church tomorrow night, but stay hidden. He'll come for it." Hurst nodded, his face grim. "We're searching for Elsie, too, Miss Marple. Her scarf by the manor vanes, our man." Back in the village, she stopped at the Blue Boar, where the men were loud over their pints. Mr. Pye was waving his pipe. Vane was at the church this morning, poking around the crypt door. Said he's studying old architecture, HMPH. Mr. Hay snorted. "He's after that chalice, I bet. We should grab him now." Miss Marple spoke up, her voice gentle. "Let the police handle it, gentlemen. We'll have him soon." But inside, her heart raced. Vane was circling the bait, just as she'd hoped. That evening, she saw Vane outside Rose Cottage, polishing his car. He waved, his smile bright. "Miss Marple," he called, "heard about that chalice. Quite a story." His voice was smooth, but his eyes were sharp, like a hawk spotting prey. She nodded, her face sweet. "Just village talk, Mr. Vane, but old churches hold many secrets." His smile flickered, and she stored it away. He was hooked, and the fate would reel him in. The next morning, Saturday, the fate was in full swing. The church lawn was alive with laughter, children running, and stalls piled with pies and knickknacks. Miss Marple, in her black dress and lace cap, wandered the stalls, her basket swinging, her eyes watching. Raymond was there, charming a crowd with a tale of the chalice in the crypt, his voice loud enough for Vane to hear. "They say it's silver, centuries old, hidden by Lady Harrow's grandfather," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Worth a king's ransom." The crowd gasped, and Miss Marple saw Vane, near a cake stall, his head tilted. Listening, Mrs. Bantry, at the flower stall, joined in, her voice carrying. "That chalice is real, I heard. Locked in the crypt, safe from thieves, lest they're bold." The vicar nearby added, "The crypt's old, full of secrets. Nobody's opened it in years." Miss Marple watched Vane, his smile tight, his fingers tapping. He was biting hard. She thought of Tom, the gardener, who'd been quiet today. Was he with Vane or against him? She needed to know, but the trap was first. By afternoon, the fete was packed, the village buzzing. Miss Marple sat with Mrs. Bantry, sipping tea under a tent. "He's heard it, Jane," Mrs. Bantry whispered. Raymond's story worked veins. "Been asking about the crypt all morning." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes on Vane, who was chatting with Mr. Pye, his smile easy but his eyes sharp. "Good, Dolly," she said. "Tell Hurst to watch the church tonight. Vane's coming, and we'll be ready." As the fete wound down, Miss Marple walked home, the sun setting behind the church. The village felt tense, like a string pulled tight. She thought of Elsie, her frightened eyes, her whispered words about Vane and Tom. Sir Henry's letter, the syndicate, the murder vein was dangerous, and the chalice was her weapon. She remembered Bert, caught in her trap, his greed his downfall. Vane was the same, but Elsie's life hung in the balance. The trap was set, the bait was taken, and St. Mary Mead's secrets were about to break open. Chapter 10. The bait is set. The sun blazed over St. Mary Mead, turning the village green into a patchwork of colour and noise. The church fete was in full swing, with laughter ringing from the stalls and children darting through the crowd. Bunting fluttered in the breeze, and the air smelled of fresh cakes and lemonade. But beneath the cheer, tension simmered. Elsie, the vicarage maid, was still missing, and the string of theft candlestick, coin, brooch, clock, all returned, had everyone whispering about Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage. Miss Jane Marple, in her black dress and lace cap, wandered the fete, her basket swinging, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The chalice rumour she'd planted was spreading, and today was the day to reel Vane in. By mid-morning the fete was packed. Miss Marple stood by the jam stall, pretending to admire Mrs. Price's preserves, her ears tuned to the chatter. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was nearby, her voice loud. "That chalice in the church crypt," she said, sorting fete tickets. "It's real, I heard. Silver, old as the hills, hidden by Lady Harrow's grandfather." Mrs. Price nodded, fanning herself. "Worth a fortune, they say. No wonder thieves are sniffing around." Miss Marple smiled, her face calm but her heart quickening. The rumour was alive, and Vane was bound to hear it. She spotted him across the green, near the cake stall, his suit sharp and his smile brighter than the sun. He was chatting with Mr. Pye, the postman, his head tilted, listening. Miss Marple watched his hands steady, but his fingers tapped the stall, quick and restless. She thought of a thief named Bert, years ago in St. Mary Mead, who'd betrayed his greed with a nervous twitch. Vane was smoother, but his tapping was a tell. He'd heard the chalice story, and he was hooked. She moved to the flower stall, where Mrs. Bantry was arranging roses, her voice carrying. "Dolly," Miss Marple whispered, "keep talking about the chalice, loud enough for Vane to hear. He's watching." Mrs. Bantry nodded, her eyes bright. "Oh, Jane, I'm ready." She turned to a passing villager, her voice loud. "Have you heard about that silver chalice? Hidden in the church crypt, locked away for years. It's the talk of the village." Vane, nearby, paused, his smile tight, his eyes flicking toward Mrs. Bantry. Miss Marple's needles clicked in her mind. The bait was set. Her nephew, Raymond West, was working the crowd, his writer's charm in full force. He stood by the tea tent, telling a group of villagers a grand tale. "They say the chalice is pure silver, etched with old runes," he said, his voice rich. "Lady Harrow's grandfather hid it in the crypt to keep it safe from thieves. It's worth more than the manor itself." The crowd gasped, and Miss Marple saw Vane edge closer, his face calm but his eyes sharp, like a fox sniffing a trap. She nodded to Raymond, who winked back. He was playing his part perfectly. The vicar, Mr. Clement, joined in, his voice loud as he helped at the bookstall. "The crypt's a mystery," he said, stacking him oars. "That chalice has been there for ages, locked in a secret nook. Nobody's seen it, but it's real." Miss Marple watched Vane, now at the bookstall, his head tilted, listening. His fingers stopped tapping, and his smile grew thin. She thought of Bert again, caught because he couldn't resist a fake treasure. Vane was greedier, and the chalice was calling him. But then a new voice cut through the fate. Mr. Stokes, the village grocer, was at the pie stall, his face red with anger. "Vane's not the only one to watch," he said, loud enough for all to hear. "That Tom, the gardener, he's been acting odd. Saw him near Miss Hartnell's cottage before the clock was stolen. and he's always at the manor, poking around. The crowd murmured, and Miss Marple's ears pricked up. Tom, the manor's gardener, again. Mrs. Bantry had seen him arguing with Vane, and Elsie had overheard them talking about a safe. Was Stokes right, or was he stirring trouble? Miss Marple knew Mr. Stokes, a short, gruff man who'd always been jealous of newcomers, especially ones as charming as Vane. Years ago, he'd accused a travelling salesman of stealing, only to be proven wrong when Miss Marple found the real thief, Stokes. Temper was hot, but his eyes weren't sharp. Still, his words about Tom couldn't be ignored. She moved closer, her voice gentle. Mr. Stokes, you saw Tom near Miss Hartnell's. When was this? Stokes puffed out his chest. Night before the theft, by her gate. He was looking at the windows, sneaky-like. I don't trust him or Vane. Miss Marple nodded, her face calm but her mind spinning. Tom was a puzzle angry at Vane, yet tied to the manor where the jewels were hidden. Was he Vane's accomplice, or a red herring, like Stokes' old accusations? She thought of a case years ago, when a jealous shopkeeper had blamed an innocent man to settle a grudge. Stokes' anger felt the same, but Tom's actions, his arguments with Vane, his late-night talks, made her wonder. She needed to watch him. To dot she found Raymond by the tea tent, sipping lemonade. Aunt Jane, he said, grinning. The chalice story's a hit. Vane's practically drooling. But what's this about, Tom? Miss Marple lowered her voice. Stokes is pointing fingers, but he's often wrong. Tom's involved, though I'm sure. Keep the chalice talk going, and watch Vane's reactions. He's close to acting. Raymond nodded, his eyes bright. I'll make it irresistible, Aunt Jane. He'll be in that crypt by midnight. By afternoon, the fate was louder, the crowd thicker. Miss Marple wandered to the church steps, where the vicar was chatting with villagers. She caught Vane's eye, standing by the raffle stall, his smile smooth, but his gaze fixed on the church door. She thought of his syndicate ties, from Sir Henry's Latour gang, known for jewel heists and silencing witnesses. Elsie's disappearance, her scarf by the manor, was a dark sign. The chalice trap had to work, for her sake. She saw Tom across the green, carrying a crate of apples for the stall. His limp was noticeable, his face grim. She approached, her voice sweet. Tom, such a help you are, she said, picking an apple. Have you heard about the chalice? It's got everyone talking. Tom's hands froze, and his eyes darted. Heard it, he muttered. Vane's been asking about it, too. Told him to leave it alone. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes sharp. Tom's nerves were real, but was he guilty or scared? She thanked him and moved on, her mind ticking. Back at the tea tent, Mrs. Bantry was buzzing with excitement. Jane, Vane's been asking everyone about the chalice. He even talked to the vicar, said he's fascinated by the crypt. Your plan's working. Miss Marple sipped tea, her face calm. Good, Dolly. Tell Constable Hurst to watch the church tonight, but stay hidden. Vane's coming, and we'll be ready. Mrs. Bantry nodded, her eyes wide. And Tom, Stokes is so sure he's involved. Miss Marple stirred her tea. Stokes is jealous, but Tom's a question. We'll watch him, too. As the fate wound down, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows. Miss Marple saw Vane near the church, his eyes on the crypt door, his smile gone. He was planning, she was sure. She thought of Stokes' accusations, Tom's wariness, Elsie's absence. The chalice was bait, but the merchant's words had muddied the waters. Was Tom Vane's partner, or just a villager caught in the net. She remembered a case where a jealous neighbor had thrown suspicion on an innocent man, letting the real thief slip away. She wouldn't let that happen here. She walked home, the village quieting as the fete ended. The air was cool, the stars peeking out. She thought of Elsie, her frightened eyes, her whispered words about Vane and Tom, Sir Henry's warning. The syndicate's ruthlessness Vane was dangerous, and Stokes' outburst was a distraction. The trap was set, the bait taken, and tomorrow night Vane would walk into it. She sat by her fire, knitting, her mind sharp. St. Mary Mead was small, but its secrets were big, and Miss Marple was ready to pull them into the light. Chapter 11. A twist in the tale. The morning sun spilled over St. Mary Mead, washing the village in golden light. The cottages glowed, their gardens bright with roses, but a heavy cloud hung over the lanes. Elsie, the vicarage maid, was still missing, and the string of theft candlestick, coin, brooch, clock, all returned, had everyone pointing at Reginald Vane, the slick stranger in Rose Cottage. His charm masked a hunt for Lady Harrow's hidden jewels and Miss Jane Marple's chalice. Rumour, spread at the village fete, was luring him to the church crypt. Miss Marple sat by her parlour fire, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The trap was set, but Elsie's absence was a dark warning, and a new suspect, Mr. Stokes, the grocer, had muddied the waters. She needed to clear the fog before Vane struck again. By breakfast, the high street buzzed with fresh talk. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a loaf of bread, her ears catching every whisper. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her voice sharp. "Vane's been at it again," she said, slamming a letter down. "Seen near the church last night, poking around the crypt door. That chalice rumour's got him hooked." Mrs. Price nodded, slicing bread. "But Stokes is swearing it's Tom, the gardener, says he saw him near Miss Hartnell's before the clock theft. Who's right?" Miss Marple paid for her bread, her face calm but her mind racing. Mr. Stokes' accusations at the fete had stirred the village, pointing at Tom, Lady Harrow's gardener, as Vane's accomplice. But Stokes was jealous, always quick to blame. Newcomers, like the time he'd accused a salesman years ago, only for Miss Marple to find the real thief. Tom's wariness, his arguments with Vane about a safe, made him a puzzle, but Stokes' temper was a distraction. She thought of a case where a jealous neighbour had thrown suspicion on an innocent man, letting the real crook slip away. She wouldn't let that happen here. Her first stop was the vicarage, hoping for news of Elsie. Mrs. Clement met her at the door, her face pale but her eyes bright. "Jane, thank goodness," she cried. "Elsie's back. Found this morning. In a barn near the manor, scared but safe." Miss Marple's heart lifted, but her face stayed calm. "Safe? Oh dear, tell me everything." Mrs. Clement led her inside, pouring tea. She was locked in the barn, said she ran there last night after Vane threatened her. She saw him near the manor, talking about the chalice, and he caught her, watching, told her to keep quiet or she'd regret it. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind spinning. Elsie, safe but shaken, just like Annie, a girl from years ago who'd hidden from a thief in a shed. Vane's threat confirmed he was dangerous. Tied to the syndicate Sir Henry had warned about, a gang known for silencing witnesses, even with murder. "Can I see her?" Miss Marple asked. Mrs. Clement nodded, leading her to the kitchen, where Elsie sat, wrapped in a blanket, her hands trembling. "Elsie, dear," Miss Marple said, her voice soft, You're so brave. What did Vane say? Elsie's eyes were wide, her voice a whisper. He was with Tom, miss, by the manor gate, late last night, talking about the chalice, but Vane said, "It's not what he's really after." Said something about a safe in the manor and jewels worth more. Tom told him to stop, said it's too dangerous. Vane got mad, saw me hiding, and said I'd be sorry if I talked. Miss Marple patted her hand, her eyes sharp. You did right, dear. Stay here, stay safe. We're close to catching him. Elsie's words were gold. Vane's true target was the manor's jewels, not the chalice. The thefts, the returns, were a smokescreen, keeping the village busy while he hunted the hidden safe. Tom's resistance suggested he wasn't fully with Vane, maybe a pawn, not a partner. She thought of a thief named Dick, who'd used a reluctant helper to scout houses. Tom fit the part, but Stokes' accusations were a red herring, clouding the truth. She needed to keep the chalice trap moving, to catch Vane before he reached the jewels or hurt Elsie again. She walked to the Blue Boar, where the men were loud over their pints. Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe. Elsie's back. Thank goodness, he said. But Vane's the one. Threatened her, she says. And he was at the church again, sniffing around the crypt. Mr. Stokes, the grocer, snorted. Don't forget, Tom. I saw him near the manor, too, acting shifty. They're both guilty. Miss Marple lingered by the door, adjusting her shawl, her ears wide open. Stokes' jealousy was clear, but Tom's role was still murky. She decided to test Stokes' story. She approached him at the pub, her voice gentle. Mr. Stokes, you've been so watchful. When did you see Tom near Miss Hartnell's? Stokes puffed out his chest, his face red. Night before the clock, theft, by her gate, looking at the windows. He's no good, just like Vane. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes soft. Thank you, dear, we'll sort it out. But inside, she doubted him. Stokes had a grudge against Tom, who'd taken a job he'd wanted for his nephew. His story felt like the salesman case hot air, not truth. She walked to the manor to see Tom, her steps slow but sure. The garden was quiet, the roses damp with dew. Tom was pruning hedges, his limp noticeable, his face grim. Good morning, Tom, she said, her voice sweet. You've heard about Elsie? She's safe, thank goodness. Tom's clippers paused, his eyes wary. Glad she's back, ma'am. Vane's trouble. I told him to leave the manor alone. Miss Marple smiled, picking a daisy. He's keen on that chalice, isn't he? Tom's jaw tightened. He's after more than Rochin than that. Keeps asking about the manor safe. I told him it's nonsense. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes sharp. Tom's nerves were real scared, not guilty. Stokes was wrong. She left, her mind ticking. Tom wasn't Vane's accomplice. He was a bystander, caught in Vane's scheme. Elsie's story confirmed it. Vane wanted the jewels, and the chalice was a distraction. The trap was still her best chance to catch him, and the church crypt was ready. She thought of Bert, the thief, caught by a fake treasure, his greed, his downfall. Vane was the same, but dangerous, syndicate man, maybe a killer. That afternoon, she sat with Mrs. Bantry at the big house, sipping tea. Jane, Elsie's back, Mrs. Bantry cried, but Vane threatened her. Is the trap ready? Miss Marple nodded, stirring her tea. The chalice rumour's working, Dolly. He's asking about the crypt. Tonight, he'll try for it. Tell Constable Hurst to hide near the church, but quiet. Mrs. Bantry's eyes widened, and Tom, Stokes swears he's in on it. Miss Marple smiled. Stokes is jealous, dear. Tom's not, our man Vane is, and he's after the manors, Jules. By evening, the village was tense, waiting for Vane's move. Miss Marple met Raymond at the church, where he was helping with clean-up. Aunt Jane, he said, grinning, Vane's been by the crypt twice today. Your rumours got him. He'll sneak in tonight. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes sharp. Good, Raymond. Stay close to Hurst, and be ready. She thought of Elsie, safe but scared, and Sir Henry's warning of a syndicate murder. The trap had to work. As she walked home, the stars were out, the air cool. The village felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. Elsie's return, Tom's innocence, Stokes red herring it, was all clear now. Vane was after the jewels, and the chalice would bring him down. She sat by her fire, knitting, her mind sharp. St. Mary Mead's secrets were big, but Miss Marple was bigger, and the trap was closing. Chapter 12. The trap springs shut. The moon hung low over St. Mary Mead, casting silver light across the sleeping village. The cottages were dark, their windows shut tight, but a restless energy buzzed beneath the quiet. Elsie, the vicarage maid, was safe, found hiding in a barn after Reginald Vane's threat. But the string of theft's candlestick, coin, brooch, clock, all returns still pointed to him. His hunt for Lady Harrow's hidden jewels was clear, and Miss Jane Marple's chalice rumour, spread at the village fete, had lured him to the church crypt. Tonight was the night to catch him. Miss Marple sat by her parlour fire, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The trap was ready, and Vane was walking into it. By evening, the village was hushed, the fate's laughter a memory. Miss Marple, in her black dress and shawl, slipped out of her cottage, her step quiet but sure. She'd told Constable Hurst to hide near the church, and her nephew, Raymond West, was there, too, ready to watch. The Chalessa fake treasure she'd invented was the bait, and Vane's greed was the hook. She thought of a thief named Bert, caught years ago in St. Mary Mead by a similar trick, his hands grabbing for a prize that wasn't there. Vane was cleverer, but his syndicate ties, confirmed by Sir Henry Clithering, made him dangerous. Elsie's safety depended on tonight. Miss Marple reached the church, its steeple looming in the moonlight. The crypt door, old and creaky, was the trap's heart. She'd made sure the village buzzed with talk of a silver chalice, hidden by Lady Harrow's grandfather, worth a fortune. Mrs. Bantry, the vicar, and Raymond had spread the rumour, and Vane had bitten, asking about the crypt at every turn. She hid in the shadows near the churchyard, her shawl blending with the night. Raymond was nearby, crouched behind a hedge, his eyes on the crypt door. Constable Hurst, with 2 officers, waited in the vestry, ready to pounce. The clock struck. 11, its chimes soft in the still air. Miss Marple's heart quickened as she saw a figure move along the church waltall, sleek, with sharp-heeled shoes that glinted in the moonlight. Vane, he carried a small bag, his steps quiet but quick, his head turning to check for watchers. She thought of Harry, the killer who'd crept through St. Mary Mead years ago, caught because he'd left a footprint in wet clay. Vane's footprints, sharp and deep, had tied him to every theft. Tonight, they'd tie him to the trap. He reached the crypt door, glancing around before pulling a tool from its bag-a-thin bar, gleaming in the moonlight. He worked the lock, his hands steady, the door creaking open. Miss Marple held her breath, her needles clicking in her mind. Vane slipped inside, the door closing behind him. Raymond signalled to her, his face tense but excited. "He's in," he whispered. She nodded, her eyes sharp. The trap was sprung now to close it. She crept to the vestry, where Hurst and his men waited. "He's in the crypt," she whispered. "Wait till he's searching, then move." Hurst nodded, his face grim. "We've got him, Miss Marple. And Elsie's safe sheet told us more today." Miss Marple's ears pricked up. More. Hurst leaned closer. She was hiding in the barn, but she heard Vane and Tom again, before he threatened her. Vane said the chalice was a test, but the manor's safe is the real prize jewels. Hidden for years. Tom refused to help, said it's too risky. Miss Marple's lips pursed. Tom's innocence was Claire Elsie's words confirmed he was no accomplice, just a man caught in Vane's web. She thought of Dick, a thief-hood, used a reluctant helper, pressuring him till he broke. Tom had resisted, and Elsie's eavesdropping had saved him from suspicion. But Vane's words about the manors, Seflidi Harrow's jewels, were the key. The thefts, the returns, were a distraction, keeping the village busy while he hunted. The real treasure, and Elsie's threat showed he'd do anything to get it. They waited, the night quiet but heavy. Minutes passed, then a faint clatter came from the crypt vein, searching for the chalice that didn't exist. Miss Marple signalled Hurst, who nodded and led his men to the crypt door. They moved silently, their boots soft on the grass. The door creaked open, and Hurst's voice rang out. "Reginald Vane, come out. You're caught." A scuffle echoed, then a shout. Miss Marple and Raymond peered from the shadows as Vane stumbled out, his hands raised, Hurst's torch on his face. His smile options. His smile was gone, his eyes wild. "You've got nothing on me," he snapped, but the officers grabbed him, pulling him toward the vestry. Miss Marple stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Mr. Vane, the chalice isn't real, but your footprints are, and Elsie's told us everything." Vane's face paled, his charm cracking. "I don't know what you mean," he said, but his voice shook. Hurst held up a tool from Vane's bag. "This matches the marks on the vicarage window, the manor, Miss Hartnell's, and Elsie heard you talk about the manor's jewels." Vane's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Miss Marple thought of Harry, caught by a single clue of footprint. Vane's footprints, his lies about Paris, his syndicate ties, had betrayed him. At the police station, Vane sat silent as Hurst questioned him. Miss Marple, with Raymond, waited outside, sipping tea from a flask Mrs. Bantry had brought. "He's part of a syndicate," she told Hurst, handing over Sir Henry's letters. "They've killed before, silenced witnesses. Elsie's lucky to be alive." Hurst nodded, his face grim. "We found papers in his cottage maps of the manor, notes on a safe. He was after the jewels, all right. The thefts were to keep us guessing." Miss Marple's heart lifted. Elsie's return, Tom's innocence, Vane's capture it, was all coming together, like a scarf knitted tight. She thought of the manor's jewels, hidden for decades, safe now from Vane's greed. The village was safe, too, thanks to her trap. Mrs. Bantry hugged her eyes bright. "Jane, you're a marvel. You saved Elsie, caught Vane." Miss Marple smiled, her needles clicking in her mind. "The village talks, Dolly. I just listen." Back home, she sat by her fire, knitting, the moonlight soft through her window. Elsie was safe, Tom cleared, and Vane locked away, his syndicate ties under investigation. She thought of Bert, caught by greed, and Harry, undone by a footprint. Vane was the same, his charm no match for St. Mary Mead's secrets. The jewels were still hidden, But the village was calm again, and Miss Marple's trap had worked. She sipped her tea, her eyes on the flames. The game was over, and she'd won. Chapter 13. The village, at peace. The morning sun bathed St. Mary Mead in a soft, golden glow, its rays dancing on the cottage roofs and sparkling through the dukest roses. The village was quiet, the tension of the past weeks fading like mist. Reginald Vane, the slick stranger who'd haunted Rose Cottage, was behind bars, caught in Miss Jane Marple's clever trap at the church crypt. Elsie, the vicarage maid, was safe, her tale of Vane's threat unravelling his scheme to steal Lady Harrow's hidden jewels. The theft scandalstick, coin, brooch, clock, all returned were a distraction, and now the village could breathe again. Miss Marple sat by her parlour fire, knitting her nephew's scarf, her eyes bright behind her spectacles. The puzzle was solved, but a few threads still needed tying. By breakfast, the high street hummed with relief. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a tin of biscuits, her ears catching the chatter. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her face lighter than it had been in days. "Vane's locked up, thank goodness," she said, smiling. "Elsie's back, and the police found papers in his cottage maps. Notes all about that manor safe." Mrs. Price nodded, stacking loaves. "He was after those jewels, wasn't he? Clever of Miss Marple to trap him with that chalice story." Miss Marple paid for her biscuits, her face calm but her mind ticking. The Chalessa fiction she'd spun with help from Mrs. Bantry, the vicar, and her nephew Raymond had worked perfectly, luring Vane to the crypt where Constable Hurst waited. She thought of a thief named Bert, caught years ago in St. Mary, Mead by a fake treasure she'd invented. Vane was sharper, tied to a dangerous syndicate, as Sir Henry Clethering's letters had warned. But greed had been his downfall, just like Bert. Elsie's courage, her whispered words about Vane's plans, had sealed his fate. She walked to the vicarage to check on Elsie, her step slow but sure. The garden was bright, the roses blooming, a stark contrast to the fear that had gripped the place. Mrs. Clement met her at the door, her smile warm. "Jane, Elsie's doing better," she said, leading her inside. "She's resting, but she wants to thank you." In the kitchen, Elsie sat, sipping tea, her hands steady now. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice soft, "you saved me. I was so scared, hiding in that barn, but you caught him." Miss Marple patted her hand, her eyes kind. "You were brave, dear, telling us about Vane and Tom, about the manners. Safe, that was the key." Elsie nodded, her eyes wide. "He was so angry when he saw me by the manor. Said he'd make sure I didn't talk. I ran to the barn, locked myself in. I heard him searching, but he didn't find me." Miss Marple's heart ached, thinking of Annie, a girl from years ago who'd hidden from a thief in a shed. "You did right, Elsie," she said. "You're safe now." Elsie's story confirmed what Miss Marple had pieced together. Vane's thefts were a cover, keeping the village distracted while he hunted Lady Harrow's jewels, hidden in a secret safe. Tom, the gardener, had been a pawn, not an accomplice, resisting Vane's pressure to help. Mr. Stokes, the grocer, had muddied the waters with his jealous accusations, but Tom's innocence was clear now. She thought of a case where a jealous neighbour had blamed an innocent man, letting the real thief slip away. This time, her trap had held. She visited the Bantry estate, where Mrs. Bantry was in the conservatory arranging flowers. "Jane, you're a wonder," Mrs. Bantry cried, hugging her. "Vane's caught, Elsie's safe, and the village is talking about your chalice trick. How did you know? Miss Marple sipped tea, her voice gentle. People are predictable, Dolly. Vane's greed was his weakness, like so many before him. The jewels were his goal, and the thefts kept us looking the wrong way. Mrs. Bantry's eyes widened, and the syndicate. Sir Henry's letters, such a shock. Miss Marple nodded, stirring her tea. Sir Henry's final letter had arrived that morning, and she'd read it by her fire. Dear Jane, it read, Vane's syndicate is known to Scotland Yard's more. Clever, tied to jewel heists and a murder in London last year. His papers confirm he was their scout, mapping the manor for the safe. You've done us a service, catching him. I'll visit soon to hear the tale. She'd smiled, folding the letter. Vane's arrest wasn't just a village victory it had. Cracked a bigger web, she thought of Harry, the killer who'd haunted St. Mary Mead years ago, caught by a footprint in clay. Vane's sharp-heeled footprints, his lie about Paris, his nervous tapping at the fate they'd all betrayed him. The syndicate's ruthlessness, their history of silencing witnesses, explained Elsie's terror. She was lucky to be alive, and Miss Marple's trap had saved her. The chalice, though fake, had been the perfect bait, like the treasure that caught Bert. Vane's greed, his need to prove his cleverness, had led him straight to the crypt. By noon, the village was alive with gratitude. At the Blue Boar, Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe, telling the story to a crowd. Miss Marple's a genius, he said. That chalice wasn't real, but Vane fell for it, and Elsie's safe, thanks to her. Mr. Stokes, the grocer, was quieter, his face red. I was wrong about Tom, he muttered. Thought he was. In on it, Miss Marple, dropping off a scarf for the barmaid, spoke up, her voice gentle. We all make mistakes, Mr. Stokes. The truth matters most. Stokes nodded, shamefaced, and she smiled, knowing his jealousy was no match for her patience. She visited Lady Harrow's manor, where the air was lighter now. Lady Harrow met her in the drawing-room, her lace handkerchief fluttering. Jane, you saved us, she said. Those jewels, my grandfather's secret, are safe because of you. Miss Marple nodded, her eyes thoughtful. The safe's still hidden, dear. Best keep it that way. Lady Harrow agreed, her face pale but relieved. The manor's secret was secure, and Vane's maps, found in his cottage, would lead nowhere without him. That afternoon, Raymond West stopped by, his grin wide. Aunt Jane, you're a marvel, he said, sipping tea. The chalice story was my best performance, but you wrote the script. Vane never saw it coming. Miss Marple chuckled, her needles clicking. You played your part well, Raymond. A writer's flair helped, but the village's trust was the key. She thought of Mrs. Bantry's loud rumours, the vicar's earnest chatter, Elsie's courage. They'd all woven the trap tight. By evening, the village was calm, its lanes bathed in twilight. Miss Marple sat with Mrs. Bantry at the church hall, where a small gathering toasted Elsie's return. The vicar raised a glass, his voice warm, to Miss Marple, who kept us safe. The crowd cheered, and she blushed, her eyes soft. The village talks, she said, and I listen. That's all. But inside, she knew it was more her knack for seeing patterns, like the stitches in her scarf, had caught Vane as she walked home. The stars twinkled above, the air cool and clear. She thought of Elsie, safe now, and Tom, cleared of suspicion. Stokes' jealousy, Vane's syndicate, the manor's jewels, it was all a puzzle, and she'd found every piece. She remembered Harry, Bert, and the thieves before them, each undone by a small mistake, a footprint, a lie, a twitch. Vane was no different, his charm no match for St. Mary Mead's secrets. She sat by her fire, knitting, her mind at rest. The village was at peace, and Miss Marple's work was done. Chapter 14. A spark in the night, the late summer sun dipped low over St. Mary Mead, painting the village in hues of amber and rose. The cottages stood serene, their gardens bursting with late blooms, and the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Only weeks had passed since Reginald Vane's capture, his scheme to steal Lady Harrow's hidden jewels undone by Miss Jane Marple's clever trap. The village had settled back into its quiet rhythm, with Elsie safe and the thefts a fading memory. But Miss Marple, sitting by her parlour fire, knitting a shawl for her niece, felt a familiar prickle. Trouble, like a weed, always found a way to grow in St. Mary Mead, and last night's fire at the village hall was no accident. Her eyes, sharp behind her spectacles, were already tracing the threads of a new mystery. By breakfast, the high street buzzed with anxious chatter. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a jar of jam, her ears tuned to every word. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her face pinched. "The village hall Jane burned last night," she said, shaking her head. "Not much damage, thank goodness, but the storeroom's a mess. Constable Hurst says it's arson-smelled petrol near the door." Mrs. Price, stacking biscuits, nodded grimly. It happened after the knitting club meeting. Someone saw a figure running off, toward the woods. Who'd do such a thing? Miss Marple paid for her jam, her face calm but her mind racing. A fire deliberately set after a knitting club meeting. She thought of a case years ago in St. Mary Mead, when a barn burned to hide stolen goods, the culprit a local lad with a grudge. The smell of petrol, a figure fleeing it, pointed to intent, not accident. "How dreadful," she said, her voice gentle. "Was anyone hurt?" Mrs. Weatherby shook her head. "No, the hall was empty. But Miss Lucas, the club leader, says her ledgers, missing records of all the donations." Odd, isn't it? Miss Marple's needles clicked in her mind. A missing ledger, a fire to cover its theft. She remembered the barn case, where the fire hid a thief's tracks, but the culprit's boots gave him away. She needed to see the hall to sniff out the truth. She walked to the village hall, a sturdy stone building with blackened marks around the storeroom door. Constable Hurst was there, examining the charred frame, his notebook open. "Miss Marple," he said, tipping his hat, "you've heard. Petrol, clear as day, and a footprint in the mud small, like a woman's shoe. We're looking into it." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes scanning the ground. The footprint, small and narrow, was pressed into the soft earth near the door beside. A faint smell of petrol. She thought of the knitting club, mostly women, like Miss Lucas, Mrs. Bantry, and young Sarah Mills, the baker's daughter, who'd joined recently. "Anyone see the figure clearly?" she asked. Hurst shook his head. "Just a shadow running toward the woods. Miss Lucas says the ledger had donation records money for the church roof. Maybe someone didn't want those numbers seen." Miss Marple's heart quickened, but her face stayed calm. A ledger with donation records, gone in a fire. It sounded like a cover-up, like the time a shopkeeper named Ned burned his books to hide a debt. She thanked Hurst and peered into the storeroom. Its shelves singed but intact, the air heavy with soot. The ledger's absence was a clue, pointing to someone with a secret. She needed to talk to Miss Lucas, to learn who was at the meeting and who might have a reason to steal and burn. She walked to Miss Lucas's cottage, a tidy place with lace curtains and a rose trellis. Miss Lucas, a stout woman with sharp eyes, was watering her garden, her hands shaky. "Miss Marple," she said, setting down her can, "it's awful about the hall. My ledger gone. It had all the knitting club's donations, every penny accounted for." Miss Marple smiled, her voice soft. "How troubling, dear. Who was at the meeting last night?" Miss Lucas frowned, thinking. "Me, Mrs. Bantry, Sarah Mills, and Mrs. Tate, the new seamstress. We left together, but Sarah seemed quiet, nervous. Said she had to meet someone after." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened. Sarah Mills, young and shy, with access to the Holland. A small foot, perhaps. She thought of Ned, whose nervous glances had betrayed him. "Did Sarah handle the ledger?" she asked. Miss Lucas shook her head. "No, I kept it locked in the storeroom. But she was near the door when we left, fumbling with her bag." Miss Marple nodded, her mind ticking. Sarah was a possibility, but Mrs. Tate, the new seamstress, was a stranger, and strangers, like Vane, often brought trouble. She visited Mrs. Bantry at the big house, where the garden was bright with late summer blooms. Mrs. Bantry was pacing the conservatory, her hat askew. "Jane, a fire," she cried, pouring tea. "After the knitting club, of all things. And that ledger, do you think someone stole it?" Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's possible, Dolly. The fire smells of purpose. Like petrol, who was near the storeroom last." Mrs. Bantry frowned. "We all left together, but Sarah was last out, and Mrs. Tate was fidgeting, looking back at the hall. Oh, and Mr. Reed, the carpenter, was fixing a window nearby. He's been cross lately, says the club owes him for repairs." Miss Marple's needles clicked faster in her mind. Sarah, Mrs. Tate, Mr. Reed, 3 names, 3 motives. She remembered a case where a carpenter named Joe set a fire to hide. His theft of church funds, Mr. Reed's temper, Sarah's nerves, Mrs. Tate's newness, they all bore watching. "What do you know of Mrs. Tate?" she asked. Mrs. Bantry shrugged. "She's quiet, keeps to herself. Moved here a month ago, rents the old bakery, good with a needle, but secretive. Sarah's sweet, but she's been jumpy since her father's. Shop started losing money." Miss Marple nodded, her heart heavy. A failing shop, a secretive seamstress. An angry carpenter. The village was full of secrets, like the jewels Vane had chased. She thought of Elsie, whose courage had cracked that case, and hoped someone would speak up now. She walked to the Blue Boar, where the men were loud over their pints. Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe. "The hall fires, no accident," he said. "I saw Sarah Mills near the woods last night, running like she was scared. Bet she knows something." Mr. Stokes, the grocer, nodded. "Or that Mrs. Tate. She's too quiet, always watching." Miss Marple lingered by the door, adjusting her shawl, her ears wide open. Sarah in the woods, Mrs. Tate's silence clues, but not proof. She thought of Mr. Reed, the carpenter, mentioned by Mrs. Bantry. She walked to his workshop, a cluttered shed by the green. Mr. Reed was sawing wood, his face red. "Good day, Mr. Reed," she said, her voice sweet. Such a shock about the hall. Reed's saw paused, his eyes narrow. A shock. "I fixed their window for free, and they still haven't paid me for last month's work. That ledger might show it." Miss Marple's eyes softened, but her mind was sharp. Reed's anger like Stokes' jealousy in the Vane case, could be a motive or a distraction. "You were near the hall last night?" she asked. Reed shrugged. "Finishing the window, left before the meeting ended. Saw Sarah hanging about, though looking nervous." Miss Marple nodded, thanking him. Reed's story held, but Sarah's name kept surfacing like a stitch that wouldn't stay down. By afternoon, she visited Sarah Mills at the bakery, where the air smelled of fresh bread. Sarah, small and pale, was kneading dough, her hands trembling. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice shaky, "I heard about the fire." "It's awful." Miss Marple smiled, picking up a loaf. "You were at the knitting club, dear. Did you see anything odd?" Sarah's eyes darted. "No, I left with the others. I was meeting a friend in the woods, that's all." Miss Marple's heart quickened. A friend, or an excuse. She thought of Ned, caught because he lied about his whereabouts. Back home, she sat with Mrs. Bantry, sipping tea. "Dolly," she said, "the fire was no accident. The ledger's gone, and Sarah's nervous, Reed's angry, Mrs. Tate's secretive. One of them knows something." Mrs. Bantry gasped. "You think it's murder, like Grayson's case?" Miss Marple shook her head. "Not murder, dear, but a secret worth burning for. We need to watch them." She thought of Vane, caught by greed, and wondered whose secret was worth a fire. The village was calm, but its shadows were deep, and Miss Marple was ready to shine a light. Chapter 15. A hidden letter. The morning sun peeked through the clouds over St. Mary Mead, casting a gentle glow on the village's cobblestone lanes and thatched cottages. The scent of fresh bread mingled with the dew on roses, but a nervous hum undercut the calm. The fire at the village hall, with its scorched storeroom and missing ledger, had stirred whispers of arson, and the village was still reeling from Reginald Vane's recent capture. Miss Jane Marple sat by her parlour fire, knitting a shawl for her niece, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The fire was no accident, and the missing ledger holding donation records for the church roof pointed to a secret worth burning for. She was ready to unravel the truth by breakfast. The high street buzzed with anxious talk. Miss Marple, basket on her arm, walked to Mrs. Price's shop for a tin of tea, her ears catching every word. Mrs. Weatherby, the postmistress, was sorting letters, her voice sharp. "The fire's got everyone rattled," she said, slamming a letter down. "Constable Hurst found a petrol can in the woods, near where that figure ran off. And Miss Lucas is beside herself about her ledger, says it had names and sums some folk might not want seen." Mrs. Price nodded, stacking scones. "Sarah Mills was acting odd, they say. Left the knitting club meeting late, looking scared." Miss Marple paid for her tea, her face calm but her mind racing. A petrol can, a missing ledger, and Sarah Mills lingering near the hall. She thought of a case years ago in St. Mary Mead, when a shopkeeper named Ned burned his books to hide a debt, leaving a trail of ash and lies. The petrol can and small footprint Hurst mentioned a woman's shoe, perhaps pointed to intent, not chance. "How troubling," she said, her voice gentle. "Did anyone see Sarah clearly?" Mrs. Weatherby shook her head. "Just a shadow, running toward the woods. But Mr. Reed, the carpenter, was fixing a window nearby. He's been grumbling about unpaid bills." Miss Marple's needles clicked in her mind. Sarah Mills, Mrs. Tate, the seamstress, and Mr. Reed, 3 suspects, each with a reason to hide something. She remembered Ned, caught because his nervous glances betrayed him. She needed to see the hall again, to check for clues Hurst might have missed. She walked to the village hall, its stone walls blackened around the storeroom door. The air still smelled of petrol and soot. Hurst was there, scribbling in his notebook, his face grim. "Miss Marple," he said, "we found something newer. Scrap of paper in the ashes, half burned. Looks like a letter, mentions payment, and keep quiet." Miss Marple's heart quickened, but her face stayed calm. "A letter?" she asked, peering at the ground. Hurst nodded, showing her a charred fragment in a bag. The writing was faint, but she caught the words O and Sarah. "Found it near the storeroom," he said. "Might be from the ledger or something else. We're testing it for prints." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened. A letter about payment, mentioning Sarah. It could be a clue, a plant, like the time a thief named Sam left a fake note to mislead the police. She thanked Hurst and scanned the area, spotting the small footprint again, narrow and deep. Near the petrol-stained grass, she decided to talk to Miss Lucas, the knitting club leader, about the ledger. At her cottage, Miss Lucas was sorting yarn, her hands unsteady. "Miss Marple," she said, "that ledger had every donation, names, amounts, promises. Some were late, like Mr. Reed's, and Sarah's father, Mr. Mills, owed a big sum for the roof fund." Miss Marple nodded, her voice soft. "Was Sarah near the ledger that night?" Miss Lucas frowned. "She was by the storeroom door, fumbling with her bag. Mrs. Tate was there too, checking her coat. I locked the ledger away, but someone got in." Miss Marple's mind ticked. Sarah, nervous and lingering. Mrs. Tate, new and secretive. Mr. Reed, angry over money. The letter, mentioning Sarah, was a thread to pull. She thought of Ned's case, where a burned ledger hid a secret loan. "Thank you, dear," she said, leaving with a smile. Sarah was young, easily scared, like Elsie in the vain case, who'd hidden from a threat. Was Sarah hiding something, too? She walked to the Bantry estate, where Mrs. Bantry was in the garden, pruning roses. "Jane, the fire's all anyone talks about," she cried, her hat askew. "That ledger, do you think someone stole it to hide a debt?" Miss Marple sipped tea, her eyes thoughtful. "It's likely, Dolly. The letter Hurst found mentions payment and Sarah. We need to know who wrote it." Mrs. Bantry gasped. "Sarah, she's so sweet, but she was jumpy at the meeting. And Mrs. Tate's so quiet, always watching." "Oh, and Mr. Reed was furious, said the club cheated him." Miss Marple nodded, her heart heavy. A debt, a fire, a letter, someone was covering tracks, like Vane with his thefts. She remembered a carpenter named Joe, who'd set a fire to hide. Stolen funds, caught by a smudge of ash on his hands. "Keep your ears open, Dolly," she said. "Mention the letter at the shop, loud enough for all to hear. Someone will flinch." Mrs. Bantry's eyes widened. "A trap, like with Vane. Oh, Jane, you're clever." Miss Marple smiled, but her mind was sharp. The letter was bait, and she'd see who bit Dot by noon. She visited the Blue Boar, where the men were loud over their pints. Mr. Pye, the postman, was waving his pipe. "That fire was no accident," he said. "I saw Sarah Mills near the woods after the meeting, running like she was scared. And that letter Hurst found Betsy's. Hers." Mr. Stokes, the grocer, nodded. "Mrs. Tate's no good, either. New in town, always sneaking about. Bet she's hiding something." Miss Marple lingered, adjusting her shawl, her ears wide open. Sarah in the woods, Mrs. Tate's secrecy clues, but no proof. She decided to see Sarah at the bakery, where The air smelled of warm bread. Sarah, small and pale, was rolling dough, her hands shaking. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice wobbly, "I heard about the fire. It's terrible." Miss Marple smiled, picking up a bun. "You were at the knitting club, dear. Did you see the ledger?" Sarah's eyes darted. "No, Miss Lucas had it. I was meeting a friend after, in the woods." Miss Marple's heart quickened. The same excuse, like Ned's lies about his. "Whereabouts, a friend?" she asked gently. Sarah nodded, her face red. "Just a friend." Miss Marple left, her mind spinning. Sarah's nerves, the letter mentioning her name, it was too much to ignore. She thought of Elsie, whose fear had led to Vane's capture. Was Sarah scared or guilty? She visited Mrs. Tate's shop, a small place with bolts of fabric and a sewing machine. Mrs. Tate, thin and quiet, was stitching, her eyes guarded. "Mrs. Tate," Miss Marple said, "such a shock about the hall." Mrs. Tate's needle paused. "A shock, yes. I left with the others. Didn't see anything." Miss Marple nodded, her eyes sharp. "You were near the storeroom." Mrs. Tate stiffened. "Just getting my coat." Her voice was too quick, like Ned's, when cornered by afternoon. She saw Mr. Reed at his workshop, sawing wood, his face red. "Mr. Reed," she said, "the fire's troubling, isn't it? You were working nearby." Reed's saw stopped, his eyes narrow. "I, fixing a window, left before the meeting ended. That ledger owed me money, someone didn't want it seen." Miss Marple smiled, her mind ticking. Reed's anger, like Stokes' jealousy in the Vane case, could be a motive or a distraction. "Did you see Sarah or Mrs. Tate?" she asked. Reed shrugged. Sarah was lingering. Mrs. Tate was by the door, both acting odd. Back home, Miss Marple sat with Mrs. Bantry, sipping tea. "Dolly," she said, "the letters, the key. It mentioned Sarah, but someone else wrote it's someone with a secret. Spread the word at the shop, see who reacts." Mrs. Bantry nodded, her eyes bright. "I'll do it, Jane. And what about Reed?" Miss Marple stirred her tea. "He's angry, but I think he's honest. Sarah and Mrs. Tate there hiding something." She thought of Vane, undone by greed, and wondered whose secret was worth a fire. The village was quiet, but its shadows were deep, and Miss Marple was closing in. Chapter 16. Echoes of the past. The village of St. Mary Mead, nestled in the gentle folds of the English countryside, had settled into its familiar rhythm, the kind of quiet that seemed to hum with the soft pulse of everyday life. The thatched cottages, their gardens bursting with late summer roses, basked under a pale September sun, and the air carried the faint scent of freshly cut grass and baking bread from Mrs. Price's shop. Yet, beneath this serene surface, a subtle undercurrent of unease lingered like a faint ripple on a still pond. The arrest of Mr. Vane, the charming but treacherous newcomer who had nearly swindled the village out of its beloved manor, had brought relief but not closure. For Miss Jane Marple, seated by her parlour window with a soft pink shawl taking shape under her nimble fingers, the case was far from fully unravelled. Her knitting needles clicked rhythmically, the soft wool sliding smoothly, as her sharp eyes gazed out at the village green. The events of Vane's capture replayed in her mind, each detail as vivid as the stitches forming beneath her hands. Vane, with his polished manners and calculated smiles, had been unmasked as the leader of a small but dangerous syndicate, intent on plundering the manor's rumoured hidden treasure of fortune said to be concealed within its ancient walls. Sir Henry Clithering, the retired Scotland Yard commissioner and an old friend, had led the investigation with his usual efficiency. But it was Miss Marple's quiet observations, drawn from her deep understanding of human nature, that had tipped the scales. She had noticed Vane's too frequent visits to the manor, his overly casual questions about its history, and the faint but unmistakable air of greed that clung to him like a shadow dot. Now, as the village breathed easier, Miss Marple's thoughts were troubled by a single, nagging detail, fleeting comment made by Elsie, the young housemaid who had been Vane's unwitting accomplice. In the chaos of his arrest, Elsie had whispered to Miss Marple about a shadowy figure she had seen watching her from the edge of the manor's grounds in the days before she fled. The girl's voice had trembled, her eyes wide with fear, and though she could offer little more than a vague description, the detail had lodged itself in Miss Marple's mind like a burr. It was the kind of loose thread that, in her experience, often led to a larger unravelling. She paused her knitting, her fingers still, and considered the possibility that Vane's syndicate ties ran deeper than Sir Henry's investigation had revealed. Greed, she knew, was rarely a solitary vice. It tended to entangle others, drawing them into its web like flies to a spider. The parlour was warm, the late afternoon light filtering through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the polished oak floor. Miss Marple's cottage was a haven of order, its shelves lined with well-worn books, its tables adorned with photographs of nephews and nieces, and a small vase of marigolds adding a touch of cheer. Yet her mind was far from the cosy confines of her home. She thought of the manor, its ivy-covered walls and creaking floors, and the stories it held, stories of wealth, betrayal, and untimely death. The manor's last owner, a reclusive widow named Mrs. Eleanor Hargreaves, had died under mysterious circumstances some 30 years ago, leaving behind whispers of a hidden fortune. The official report had called it an accident to fall down. The grand staircase, but village gossip, which Miss Marple never dismissed lightly, hinted at foul play. The parallels to Vane's scheme were striking, and Miss Marple's memory stirred, recalling a case from her youth in which a greedy relative had orchestrated a theft to cover a far graver crime. Her thoughts were interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. It was Dolly Bantry, her closest friend in St. Mary Mead, her cheeks flushed from a brisk walk. "Jane, you're looking positively absorbed," Dolly said, settling into an armchair with a rustle of her tweed skirt. "Don't tell me you're still fretting over that Vane business. The man's behind bars, and the village is safe. Can't you let it rest?" Miss Marple smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "My dear Dolly, you know I can't help it. There's a loose end, and it's tugging at me." Elsie mentioned a shadowy figure watching her, and I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this than Vane and his schemes. Dolly raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "A shadowy figure. Sounds like something out of one of those dreadful novels the vicar's wife reads. What do you make of it?" "I'm not sure yet," Miss Marple admitted, her needles resuming their steady rhythm. "But I've learned that even the smallest detail can lead to the truth. It reminds me of a case in my youth, you know, when my cousin's friend, a Miss Eliza Compton, was robbed of her pearls. Everyone thought it was a simple theft, but it turned out her nephew had staged it to distract from his tampering with her will. Greed, Dolly, it's a pattern that repeats itself, like the stitches in this shawl." Dolly chuckled, shaking her head. "You and your patterns, Jane, you see them everywhere. But I suppose you're right more often than not. What do you plan to do about this shadowy figure?" Miss Marple set her knitting aside and leaned forward, her voice soft but resolute. I think a visit to the vicarage is in order. The vicar mentioned something about an old ledger from the church archives, and I have a feeling it might shed light on the manor's past. If there's a connection to Vane's syndicate or to this mysterious figure, it may lie in those dusty pages. The following morning, Miss Marple made her way to the vicarage, her sensible shoes crunching on the gravel path. The church, with its ancient stone tower and weathered gargoyles, stood at the heart of St. Mary Mead, a silent witness to centuries of village life. The vicar, Mr. Clement, greeted her warmly, his round face beaming as he ushered her into his cluttered study. The room smelled of old books and wax polish, and a tray of tea and scones awaited on a side table. Miss Marple. What a delight, Mr. Clement said, adjusting his spectacles. I was just telling my wife about that ledger we found in the archives. Quite a curiosity, really. It's from the time of Mrs. Hargreaves, the manor's last owner. Would you like to see it? I would, very much, Miss Marple replied, her eyes bright with interest. I've been thinking about the manor's history, and I wonder if there might be some connection to recent events. The vicar retrieved the ledger, a heavy, leather-bound volume with yellowed pages, and set it on the table. Its entries, written in a neat copperplate hand, detailed donations to the church from 1890 to 1900, the years when Mrs. Hargreaves had lived at the manor. Miss Marple's fingers traced the lines, pausing at several large contributions attributed to the widow. Generous, she murmured, but perhaps not entirely selfless. People often give to ease a guilty conscience, don't you think, Mr. Clement? The vicar blinked, surprised. A guilty conscience. I suppose it's possible. There were rumours, you know, about Mrs. Hargreaves's fortune. Some said she inherited it from her husband, but others claimed she had dealings once with certain businessmen in London. Nothing was ever proven, of course. Miss Marple nodded, her mind racing, and her death. The fall down the staircase, was there ever any question about it? Mr. Clement hesitated, his fingers drumming on the table. Officially, it was an accident. But there were whispers at the time. People said she was troubled, that she'd been seen arguing with a stranger in the village days before. No one ever identified him, and the inquest was quick. The manor passed to a distant cousin, who sold it soon after. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. A stranger, you say? Did anyone describe him? Only vaguely, the vicar replied. Tall, dark-haired, well-dressed. Some thought he might have been a creditor, or perhaps someone from her past, but it was all speculation. As Miss Marple sipped her tea, her thoughts turned to Elsie's shadowy figure, a tall man perhaps, watching from the shadows. The coincidence was too striking to ignore. She thanked the vicar and made her way back to her cottage, her mind buzzing with possibilities. The ledger had confirmed her suspicions. The manor's past held secrets that echoed into the present, and Vane's obsession with its hidden treasure might be part of a larger pattern. That afternoon, Miss Marple paid a visit to Elsie, who was staying with her aunt in a small cottage on the edge of the village. The girl, pale but recovering from her ordeal, greeted Miss Marple with a shy smile. They sat in the tiny parlour, a fire crackling in the hearth, and Miss Marple's gentle questions soon put Elsie at ease. Elsie, dear, Miss Marple began, her voice soft. I've been thinking about what you told me about the shadowy figure you saw. Can you remember anything more? Even the smallest detail might help. Elsie fidgeted, her hands twisting in her lap. It was dark, Miss Marple, and I was so frightened. But I think he was tall, and he wore a coat, a long one. and there was something shiny on his hand, a ring. Maybe I saw it catch the light when he moved. Miss Marple's heart quickened. A ring, you say? Can you describe it? Elsie frowned, her brow furrowing. It was big, with a stone in it, I think. Dark, maybe red or black. I only saw it for a moment. The description sent a jolt through Miss Marple. At the village fete, just days before Vane's arrest, she had noticed a man, a stranger, watching the crowd from the edge of the green. He had been tall, well-dressed, with dark hair greying at the temples, and on his left hand he wore a large signet ring with a dark stone. He had left abruptly when the police arrived to apprehend Vane, and Miss Marple had thought little of it at the time. Now, the connection was unmistakable. Determined to follow this lead, Miss Marple telephoned Sir Henry Clithering that evening. He listened attentively as she recounted Elsie's story and the details from the ledger. "Jane, you're uncanny," he said, a note of admiration in his voice. "I've had reports of a burglary in Dannemouth, not far from here. The method's silent entry, targeted valuables, sound like Vane's work. If his syndicate is still active, this shadowy figure could be a key player." "I agree," Miss Marple said. "And the ring Elsie described, I saw it at the fete. We need to find that man, Sir Henry. He may be the link to Vane's broader network, and perhaps too." The manners passed. Sir Henry promised to make discreet inquiries, focusing on the ring's owner and any connections to the Dannemouth burglary. As Miss Marple hung up the phone, she returned to her knitting, the pink shawl nearly complete. She reflected on the patterns of human behavior, so like the loops and stitches she wove. Greed, betrayal, secrecy, they repeated across generations. As predictable as the seasons. The manor's history, with its whispers of a hidden fortune and a suspicious death, was intertwined with Vane's schemes, and this shadowy figure was the thread that connected them. Over the next few days, Miss Marple kept a watchful eye on the village, noting the comings and goings of its residents. She attended a meeting of the Women's Institute, where Mrs. Price gossiped about a stranger seen in Dannemouth, a man matching the description of the fate visitor. At the post office, Mr. Pye, the postmaster, mentioned a letter addressed to a Mr. Blackwood that had been returned unclaimed. The name struck Miss Marple as significant. Hargreaves, the manor's former owner, had once been linked to a London businessman named Blackwood, according to the vicar's ledger. When Sir Henry called back, his voice was grim. "Jane, you were right. We've traced the ring to a man named Charles Blackwood, a known associate of Vane's syndicate. He's been spotted in Dannemouth, and we suspect he's behind the recent burglary. What's more, he has a history. His father was a business partner of Mrs. Hargreaves, and there was bad blood between them. We're bringing him in for questioning." Miss Marple nodded, her suspicions confirmed. "Thank you, Sir Henry. I believe Mr. Blackwood may have been seeking the same treasure Vane was after. The manor's secrets have a way of drawing people in, don't they?" As she hung up, Miss Marple finished the last stitch of her shawl, tying off the wool with a neat knot. The village of St. Mary Mead was safe for now, its peace restored, but she knew that human nature, with its endless capacity for greed and deception, would always bring new mysteries. She folded the shawl carefully, placing it in a basket for the church bazaar, and smiled to herself. The patterns of life, like her knitting, were complex but decipherable, and she was ready for whatever puzzle came next. The sun set over St. Mary Mead, casting a golden glow over the cottages and the manor, its secrets buried once more, but not forgotten. Miss Marple closed her curtains, lit a lamp, and settled into her armchair, her mind already turning to the next thread that might need unraveling. Chapter 17. Threads of a larger web. Miss Marple sat in her cosy parlour, the soft clack of her knitting needles a familiar rhythm against the quiet of St. Mary Mead. The village had settled into an uneasy calm after Reginald Vane's arrest, but the faint whisper of unfinished business lingered in her mind. Elsie's mention of a shadowy figure with a distinctive ring had sparked a memory, one of those fleeting, half-formed connections that Miss Marple knew better than to dismiss. She paused, her needles still, and gazed out the window at the autumn leaves drifting lazily to the ground. The ring, she thought, was the key. It wasn't just a trinket. It was a clue to something larger, a thread leading to a web she hadn't yet fully unravelled. The vicar's discovery of the old ledger had stirred her curiosity further. The document, yellowed and brittle, hinted at a fortune tied to the manor's last owner, Mrs. Eleanor Hargreaves, whose death decades ago had been quietly swept under the rug. The villagers had called it a tragic accident, fall down the manor's grand staircase, but Miss Marple's memory conjured whispers of foul play, of a family dispute over inheritance, and of a missing fortune that had never been found. Vane's obsession with the manor's treasure suggested he'd been chasing the same myth, but Elsie's shadowy figure implied someone else was still at large. Perhaps a partner or a rival in Vane's syndicate. Miss Marple set her knitting aside and reached for her notebook, a small, leather-bound volume where she jotted down stray thoughts. She wrote, ring, silver, with a crest, seen at fate. Man in grey coat, left early, syndicate. She tapped her pencil against the page, recalling the fate. The man had lingered near the tea tent, his face half hidden by a hat, but the ring had caught the lighter, heavy silver band with an engraved crest, old-fashioned and distinctive. She'd seen it before, years ago, on a man involved in a scandal over forged documents. Could it be the same ring? Or was it a coincidence, like the patterns of human nature she so often observed, repeating across time? She rose, smoothing her skirt, and decided to pay a visit to Mrs. Bantry. Dolly Bantry, with her knack for village gossip, might have noticed the stranger at the fête. As Miss Marple stepped into the crisp autumn air, she felt the familiar thrill of a puzzle taking shape. The village was quiet, save for the chatter of sparrows and the distant hum of a tractor. St. Mary Mead seemed at peace, but Miss Marple knew better than to trust appearances. Evil, she often thought, wore a pleasant face. At Bantry Manor, Mrs. Bantry welcomed her with a tray of scones and a pot of Earl Grey. "Jane, you've got that look again," Dolly said, her eyes twinkling. "What's brewing in that clever head of yours?" Miss Marple smiled faintly. "Just a loose thread, Dolly. Tell me, at the fête, did you notice a man in a grey coat? Older, perhaps, with a silver ring on his right hand?" Mrs. Bantry frowned, buttering a scone. A grey coat. There was someone like that, now you mention it. Kept to himself, didn't stay long. I thought he was one of those city types, here to gawk at our little village. Why, is he trouble? Possibly, Miss Marple said, sipping her tea. He may be connected to our friend Mr. Vane. Did you see where he went after the fête? Dolly shook her head. No, but I can ask around. You know how the maids talk. Oh, speaking of maids, Elsie's been jumpy as a cat. Came by yesterday, said she's still afraid to walk home alone at night. Poor girl, Miss Marple's expression softened. Poor Elsie, she's been through quite an ordeal. I'll speak to her again. She may know more than she realizes. After tea, Miss Marple walked to Elsie's cottage, a small, ivy home on the edge of the village. Elsie, pale but composed, invited her in. The girl's hands trembled as she poured tea, and Miss Marple noticed the way her eyes darted to the window, as if expecting someone to appear. "Elsie, dear Miss," Marple said gently, "you mentioned a shadowy figure watching you before you fled. Can you tell me anything more about him? The ring, perhaps, or his face?" Elsie hesitated, twisting her apron. "I didn't see his face clearly, miss. It was dark, and he was across the lane, near the old oak. But the ringet was silver, with a sort of crest, like a family seal. I only saw it 'cause the moonlight caught it. He didn't say nothing, but I felt watched, like he knew I'd seen Mr. Vane near the theft." Miss Marple nodded, her mind racing. The ring again. A crest suggested wealth, lineage, or perhaps a secret society. She thought of the ledger, of Mrs. Hargreaves, and of the rumours that her fortune, gold, jewels, or perhaps bonds, had been hidden in the manor before her death. Could the man with the ring be after the same prize, or was he protecting it, ensuring Vane's failure? "Thank you, Elsie," Miss Marple said. "You've been very brave. If you see that man again, don't confront him. Come to me, or go." To Sir Henry, Elsie nodded, her eyes wide. "I will, miss. I don't want no more trouble." As Miss Marple left, she felt the weight of the puzzle growing. The ring, the ledger, the shadowy figure, they were pieces of a larger picture, one that stretched beyond Vane's schemes. She decided to consult Sir Henry Clethering, who was staying at the Blue Boar Inn while tying up loose ends on Vane's case. She sent a note requesting his presence at the vicarage that evening, and included a line about the ledger, knowing it would pique his interest at the vicarage. The vicar greeted her with a smile, holding the ledger like a prized relic. "Miss Marple, you'll find this fascinating," he said, opening it to a page marked with a ribbon. "It lists donations from Mrs. Hargreaves, but look here, there's a note in the margin, in her handwriting. 'For the safe keeping of my legacy, entrusted to the guardian of the crest.'" Miss Marple's heart quickened. "The guardian of the crest," she murmured. "And what of the donations themselves? Anything unusual?" The vicar pointed to an entry. "Most are standard candlesticks, hymnals, but this one mentions a sealed box delivered to the church, never opened. It's dated a week before her death." Miss Marple's mind flashed to Vane's search for a hidden treasure. Could the sealed box be the fortune? And was the man with the ring the guardian of the crest, its protector or its pursuer? She thanked the vicar and settled into a chair, her thoughts weaving together like the stitches in her shawl. Sir Henry arrived promptly at 7, his face lined with curiosity. "Jane, your note was cryptic, but I know better than to ignore. You. What's this about a ledger and a crest?" She recounted Elsie's story, the fate, and the ledger's cryptic note. "I believe Vane wasn't working alone," she said. "The man with the ring may be part of his syndicate, or perhaps a rival. The ledger suggests Mrs. Hargreaves hid something valuable, a box, perhaps containing her fortune. If we find it, we may find our shadowy figure." Sir Henry rubbed his chin. "The syndicate angle checks out. My contacts in London say Vane was a small fish, working for someone higher up. They've heard rumours of a figure called the Warden, who wears a silver crest ring. No name, no face, just whispers. He's tied to a string of high-profile thefts, but he's slippery, never caught." Miss Marple's eyes gleamed. "The Warden that fits. He may have sent Vane to St. Mary Mead to find the box, but when Vane failed, he came himself. We need to draw him out, Henry, just as we did with Vane. Sir Henry chuckled. Another trap, Jane, you're incorrigible. But how? She leaned forward, her voice low. The sealed box. If it exists, it's still in the church, or nearby. We'll spread a rumor that it's been found, but under lock and key, awaiting transport to a bank. The warden won't resist. He'll come for it, and we'll be ready. Over the next few days, Miss Marple orchestrated her plan with the precision of a chess master. She confided in Mrs. Bantry, who eagerly spread the tale of a mysterious the box found in the church crypt, to be moved to London for safekeeping. The vicar, sworn to secrecy, agreed to leave the church unlocked one night, with Sir Henry and 2 plainclothes officers from Scotland Yard hidden in the shadows. Miss Marple, ever cautious, enlisted her nephew Raymond West to keep watch from a distance, his writer's eye keen for detail. The night of the trap was moonless, the air thick with mist. Miss Marple sat in her parlour, unable to join the stakeout, but trusting Sir Henry's competence. She pictured the church, its ancient stones, silent but watchful, and imagined the warden creeping through the dark, drawn by greed. She wondered if he was the same man she'd seen at the fete, or if the ring was a symbol, passed among the syndicate's members like a badge of authority at dawn. Raymond burst into her cottage, his face flushed with excitement. Aunt Jane, we got him. Not just the warden, but 2 others. They broke into the church, just as you said. Sir Henry's men nabbed them, red-handed, trying to pry open a dummy box we planted in the crypt. Miss Marple's lips curved into a smile, and the ring. Raymond grinned. On the leader's hand. Silver, with a cresta lion and a cross. Sir Henry's taking them to London for questioning. He says you're a marvel, Aunt Jane. She waved a hand dismissively. Nonsense, Raymond. It's only a matter of observing patterns. Human nature is predictable, you know. Greed, fear, ambition, they always leave traces. As Raymond recounted the night's events, Miss Marple learned the warden's true identity. Charles Drayton, a disgraced aristocrat who'd vanished after a forgery scandal 20 years prior. The ring, a family heirloom, had marked him as the syndicate's mastermind, orchestrating thefts across England while hiding behind aliases. The sealed box, recovered from a hidden compartment in the church's altar, contained not gold, but documents, letters, proving Mrs. Hargreaves' death was murder, orchestrated by Drayton's father to seize her fortune. The box had been her insurance, hidden to expose him. But she died before she could act. With Drayton's arrest, the syndicate crumbled, its members turning on each other in hopes of leniency. The stolen heirlooms from St. Mary Mead were returned, and Elsie, relieved, began to smile again. Miss Marple, sipping tea with Mrs. Bantry, reflected on the case. It's curious, Dolly, she said, how the past never stays buried. Mrs. Hargreaves' truth waited all these years, like a seed in winter, until the right moment to bloom. Mrs. Bantry laughed. Jane, you make it sound almost poetic. But honestly, how do you do it? Spotting these things no one else sees. Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. I simply watch, Dolly. People are like my knitting, each stitch tells a story, if you know where to look. As the village settled into its familiar rhythm, Miss Marple resumed her knitting, the pink shawl nearly complete. She felt a quiet satisfaction, knowing St. Mary Mead was safe for now. But she kept her notebook close, ready for the next thread to unravel, certain that human nature would, as always, provide another puzzle to solve. Chapter 18. The unseen hand. The autumn chill had deepened in St. Mary Mead, and a fine mist clung to the cobblestones as Miss Marple sat by her fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. The village had exhaled a collective sigh of relief after Charles Drayton's arrest, the silver-crested ring now locked away in Scotland Yard's evidence room. The return of the stolen heirlooms and the resolution of Mrs. Hargreaves' long-buried murder had restored a sense of order. But Miss Marple's instincts told her the story wasn't finished. There was an unseen hand at work, a shadow that lingered just beyond the light of the recent triumph. Her notebook lay open on the table, a single line underlined, "Who sent Drayton to St. Mary Mead?" The question had nagged at her since Raymond's breathless account of the church trap. Drayton, for all his cunning, struck her as a man who followed orders, not one who devised grand schemes. The syndicate, Sir Henry had said, was a sprawling network, its roots stretching far beyond London. If Drayton was the warden, who was the mastermind pulling his strings? And why had St. Mary Mead, a sleepy village, become the focus of such determined greed? Miss Marple set her knitting aside and rose, her movements deliberate despite the slight ache in her joints. She pulled on her coat and scarf, deciding to visit the vicarage again. The ledger, with its cryptic note about the guardian of the crest, had been a key to unmasking Drayton, but she suspected it held more secrets. The vicar, ever eager to assist, had promised to search the church archives for any further records tied to Mrs. Hargreaves. Perhaps, she thought, there was another clue, a name, a letter that might point to the syndicate's true leader. The walk to the vicarage was brisk, the air sharp with the scent of damp leaves. The village was quiet, save for the occasional clatter of a bicycle or the laughter of children playing near the green. Miss Marple nodded to Mrs. Price, the postmistress, who waved from her shop window. "All well, Miss Marple," she called. "Quite well, thank you," Miss Marple replied, her smile masking the whirl of thoughts in her mind. Mrs. Price's gossip had often proved useful, and she made a mental note to ask her later about any strangers lingering in the village after the fete at the vicarage. The vicar greeted her with his usual warmth, his spectacles slipping down his nose as he led her to the study. "I've been digging, as you asked," he said, gesturing to a pile of dusty papers on his desk. "The archives are a bit of a mess, but I found something curious. Letter from Mrs. Hargreaves, written 2 days before her death. It was tucked inside an old hymn book, of all places." Miss Marple's eyes lit up. "May I see it?" The vicar handed her a fragile, yellowed envelope, the ink faded but legible. It was addressed to the Reverend James Tuttle, the vicar's predecessor. Miss Marple opened it carefully, unfolding a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was elegant but hurried, as if written under duress. "My dear Reverend Tuttle, I fear my time is short. The guardian has betrayed me, and I suspect my nephew, Lionel, is not what he seems. The box is safe, hidden where only the faithful will look. If I am gone, seek the truth in the shadow of the cross. Trust no one but the church. Yours in faith, Eleanor Hargreaves." Miss Marple read the letter twice, her mind racing. "Lionel," she murmured, "Mrs. Hargreaves' nephew. I remember the talk. He left St. Mary Mead after her death, claiming grief, but there were rumours he'd squandered his inheritance." She looked at the vicar. "Do we know where Lionel Hargreaves went?" The vicar shook his head. "The records don't say. He was a bit of a black sheep, from what I've heard. Disappeared to London, or perhaps abroad. But this letter, it suggests he was involved in her death, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Miss Marple said, folding the letter carefully. And the guardian she mentions, it must be the same guardian of the crest from the ledger. Brayton's ring. But if Lionel was her nephew, he may have known about the box and its contents. Perhaps he's the one who sent Drayton here, years later, to finish what he started. The vicar's eyes widened. You think Lionel Hargreaves is still alive? He'd be an old man now. Old, but not necessarily gone, Miss Marple said. Greed is a powerful motivator, and men like that don't easily let go of a prize. I must speak to Sir Henry. This letter changes everything. She left the vicarage with the letter tucked into her handbag, her thoughts a tangle of possibilities. Lionel Hargreaves, if alive, would be in his 70s, perhaps older. Could he be the shadowy figure Elsie saw, or was he orchestrating events from afar? And what was the shadow of the cross Mrs. Hargreaves mentioned? The church, surely. But where exactly? Back at her cottage, Miss Marple telephoned Sir Henry at the Blue Boar Inn. "Henry, I've found something," she said, her voice calm but urgent. "A letter from Mrs. Hargreaves, naming her nephew Lionel as a possible traitor. It mentions a box hidden in the shadow of the cross. I believe Lionel may be the syndicate's true leader, and he's still after the fortune." Sir Henry's voice crackled through the line. "Good heavens, Jane, you don't let up. Do you, Lionel Hargreaves? I'll check the records. If he's alive, we'll find him. What's this about a cross?" "I'm not certain yet," Miss Marple admitted. "But it's in the church, I'm sure. We need to search again, carefully, and Henry, be discreet. If Lionel is watching, he'll know we're close." Sir Henry promised to send a trusted officer to St. Mary Mead the next day, and Miss Marple hung up, her mind already mapping out the next steps. She recalled a story from her youth, about a village girl who'd hidden a locket in a church pew to keep it from her thieving brother. The shadow of the cross could be literal, a place where the church's architecture cast a cross-shaped shadow, or symbolic, perhaps, a reference to a specific altar or memorial. The next morning, Miss Marple returned to the church, accompanied by the vicar and Raymond, who'd insisted on joining her. "Aunt Jane, you're not going poking around crypts without me," he'd said, half joking but clearly worried. The church was silent, its stained glass windows casting coloured light across the stone floor. Miss Marple studied the nave, her eyes tracing the lines of the pews, the pulpit, the altar. A large stone cross stood behind the altar, its shadow stretching across the floor at certain times of day. "The shadow of the cross," she said softly. "Vicar, when does the sun hit that cross?" "Late afternoon," he replied. "Around 4, when the light comes through the west window." They waited, the hours passing slowly. Miss Marple sat in a pew, her hands folded, her mind turning over the letter's words. At 4 o'clock, the sun streamed through the window, and the cross's shadow fell across a row of flagstones near the altar. One stone, slightly worn, caught her eye. It was out of place, its edges uneven, as if it had been lifted and reset. "Raymond," she said, "help the vicar lift that stone." The two men knelt, prying at the flagstone with care. It came up with a groan, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside was a metal box, rusted but intact, its lid engraved with a crest, a lion and a cross, identical to Drayton's ring. Miss Marple's heart quickened. "The box," she whispered. The vicar opened it, revealing a bundle of papers and a small velvet pouch. The papers were legal documents, deeds, bonds, and a will naming Mrs. Hargreaves' sister as her heir, not Lionel. The pouch held a single sapphire, its facets catching the light like a tiny star. Her legacy, Miss Marple said. She hid it to protect it from Lionel. He must have known it was here all along. As they examined the contents, a shadow moved at the back of the church. Raymond spun around, but it was only Mrs. Price, clutching a parcel. "Oh, Miss Marple, I didn't mean to startle you," she said. "I saw the door open and thought I'd drop off the vicar's post." Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Mrs. Price's hands were steady, but her face was pale, and a silver ring gleamed on her finger. A ring Miss Marple hadn't noticed before. "Mrs. Price," she said calmly, "that's a fine ring. A family heirloom." Mrs. Price froze, her smile faltering. "Oh, this. Yes, my late husband's. I must be going." Before Miss Marple could stop her, Mrs. Price hurried out, leaving the parcel behind. Raymond started after her, but Miss Marple held up a hand. "Let her go, Raymond. We'll deal with her soon enough. She's not the mastermind, just another thread in the web." That evening, Sir Henry's officer arrived, a sharp-eyed young man named Inspector Crane. Miss Marple handed him the box and recounted the day's discoveries, including Mrs. Price's ring. "She's involved, Henry," she said over the telephone. "Perhaps a courier or a lookout. Lionel Hargreaves is the key. Find him, and we'll find the head of the syndicate." Crane's investigation moved swiftly. By the next day, he'd traced Lionel Hargreaves to a nursing home in Brighton, living under an alias. The old man, frail but sharp, confessed under questioning. He'd spent decades building the syndicate, using Drayton and others to chase the fortune he believed was his birthright. Mrs. Price, it turned out, was his distant cousin, drawn into the scheme with promises of wealth. The ring was a mark of loyalty given to trusted members. Lionel's confession unraveled the syndicate's network, leading to arrests across England. The sapphire and documents were returned to Mrs. Hargreaves' rightful heir, a distant niece living in Cornwall. St. Mary Mead, once again, settled into peace, its secrets laid bare. Miss Marple sat with Mrs. Bantry a week later, sipping tea as the fire crackled. "Jane," Dolly said, "how do you do it? You see things no one else does." Miss Marple smiled, her needles clicking. "It's just human nature, Dolly. People leave traces, like footprints in the snow. You only need to look." As she finished her shawl, Miss Marple felt the quiet satisfaction of a puzzle solved. But her notebook remained open, ready for the next mystery, for she knew that, in St. Mary Mead, as in life, there was always another thread to follow. Chapter 19. The Echoes of Greed. The late autumn sun hung low over St. Mary Mead, casting long shadows across the village green. Miss Marple sat in her armchair, a soft woolen shawl draped over her shoulders. Her knitting needles paused as she gazed out the window. The arrest of Lionel Hargreaves and the dismantling of his syndicate had brought a semblance of peace to the village, but a faint unease lingered in her mind. The sapphire, the documents, and the unmasking of Mrs. Price as a minor player in the scheme had tied up many loose ends, but Miss Marple's instincts whispered of one final thread, a shadow cast not by greed alone, but by something deeper, perhaps revenge. Her notebook lay open, a new entry scrawled in her neat hand. Who else knew of the box's hiding place? The discovery of Mrs. Hargreaves' hidden legacy had stirred old memories in the village. Whispers of her death, once dismissed as gossip, resurfaced at tea parties and in the post office queue. Miss Marple had overheard Mrs. Cleary, the baker's wife, mention a strange visitor to the manor in the weeks before Mrs. Hargreaves, fall a woman in a dark veil, seen only once, who'd asked peculiar questions about the church. At the time, it had seemed insignificant, but now, with Lionel's confession and Mrs. Price's involvement, Miss Marple wondered if this veiled woman was another piece of the puzzle. Could she have been an ally of Lionel's, or perhaps a rival with her own designs on the fortune? She set her knitting aside and reached for her hat and coat. The church, she decided, held more secrets than the box alone. The shadow of the cross had led them to the sapphire, but Mrs. Hargreaves' letter had been too deliberate, too cryptic, to suggest only one hiding place. Miss Marple suspected. The church's ancient stones guarded another truth, one that might explain why Lionel, even in his confession, had seemed to hold something back. The walk to the church was brisk, the air sharp with the promise of winter. St. Mary Mead was quiet, save for the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant bark of a dog. At the church, the vicar was polishing the brass candlesticks, his face lighting up as Miss Marple entered. "Miss Marple back so soon. I thought we'd solved the mystery of the box." She smiled faintly. "You've been most helpful, Vicar, but I fear there's more to uncover. Mrs. Hargreaves' letter mentioned the shadow of the cross, but I wonder if it referred to more than the flagstone. Have you found any other records? Perhaps about visitors to the manor before her death?" The vicar rubbed his chin. "Visitors, you say? There's nothing in the archives about that, but old Mrs. Wicks, who used to clean the manor, might know something. She's still in the village, though her memory's not what it was. Lives with her daughter near the mill." Miss Marple thanked him and made a mental note to visit Mrs. Wicks. As she examined the church's interior, her eyes lingered on the stained glass window above the altar. The cross in its design was intricate, its shadow shifting with the sun's angle. She recalled a story from her youth about a village carpenter who'd hidden a will in a church beam to protect it from a greedy landlord. Could Mrs. Hargreaves have used a similar trick, hiding another clue in plain sight? She returned home and telephoned Sir Henry Clethering, who was back in London but always eager for her insights. "Henry," she said, "I've a hunch there's more to Lionel Hargreaves' story. He confessed to Isley, don't you think? And there's talk of a veiled woman seen at the manor before Mrs. Hargreaves' death. I suspect she's connected, perhaps a partner, or someone with a grudge." Sir Henry's voice was warm with amusement. "Jane, you're like a bloodhound. Lionel's in custody, but I'll admit he was cagey about his early days in the syndicate. Said he inherited the ring from a mentor, but wouldn't name her." "A woman, you say? I'll dig into it. Anything else?" "Yes," Miss Marple said. "The church. I think there's another hiding place, something Mrs. Hargreaves left as a fail-safe. Could you send Inspector Crane back?" "Discreetly, of course." "Done," Sir Henry said. "But Jane, be careful. If there's someone else out there, they won't take kindly to you poking around." Miss Marple hung up, her mind already turning to Mrs. Wicks. She walked to the mill, where the old woman lived in a tidy cottage with her daughter, Clara. Mrs. Wicks, frail but sharp-eyed, welcomed her with a cup of weak tea. "Miss Marple, it's been years," she croaked. "What brings you here?" "I'm curious about Mrs. Hargreaves," Miss Marple said gently. "You worked at the manor before her death. Do you remember a woman in a dark veil visiting her?" Mrs. Wicks' eyes narrowed, her gnarled hands tightening around her cup. "Oh, I remember her. Came one evening, all secretive. Mrs. Hargreaves sent me out of the room, but I heard raised voices. Something about a debt and a promise broken. She left in a huff, and Mrs. Hargreaves was pale as a ghost after never saw her again. But the next week, Mrs. Hargreaves fell down them stairs." Miss Marple's heart quickened. "Did you see her face, Mrs. Wicks, or hear a name?" No face, Mrs. Wicks said. That veil was thick. But Mrs. Hargreaves called her Lavinia once, when she thought I wasn't listening. Never heard it again. Lavinia, Miss Marple repeated, filing the name away. She thanked Mrs. Wicks and left, her mind racing. Lavinia was an uncommon name, and she recalled a scandal from years ago involving a Lavinia Thorne, a society widow who'd vanished after being linked to a forgery ring. Could she be the veiled woman, and was she still alive, pulling strings from the shadows? Back at her cottage, Miss Marple wrote in her notebook, Lavinia. Debt, broken promise, syndicate mentor. She thought of Lionel's confession, his refusal to name his mentor. If Lavinia Thorne was the syndicate's true leader, she might have sent Lionel to St. Mary Mead to retrieve the box, only to watch from afar as he and Drayton failed. The veiled woman's visit suggested a personal stake, perhaps a grudge against Mrs. Hargreaves, or a claim to the fortune the next day. Inspector Crane arrived, his manner brisk but respectful. Miss Marple, Sir Henry, says, "You've got another lead." "What are we looking for?" She explained her theory about a second hiding place and the mysterious Lavinia. "We need to search the church again," she said. "Focus on the stained glass window and the beams above the altar." Mrs. Hargreaves was clever. She'd hide something where only the persistent would look. Crane organized a discreet search, enlisting the vicar and Raymond to assist. They worked late into the evening, the church lit by lanterns as they examined every inch of the window frame and the ancient oak beams. Raymond, perched on a ladder, called out, "Aunt Jane, there's something here." A panel in the beam, loose. With care, they pried open the panel, revealing a small leather pouch. Inside was a single letter, sealed with wax and addressed to the faithful. Miss Marple opened it, her hands steady despite the excitement in the air. The letter read, "To whom it may concern, if you found this, you followed the shadow of the cross. My sister's death was no accident. Lavinia Thorne and Lionel Hargreaves conspired to silence her, believing she'd cheated them of their share of our family's wealth. The sapphire is but a fraction of it. The true fortune bonds and deed hidden in the Manor's library, behind the portrait of my father. Beware Lavinia, she is cunning, and her reach is long." Eleanor Hargreaves, Miss Marple's breath caught. "The Manor's library," she said. "We must go at once." Crane hesitated. "It's late, Miss Marple. If this Lavinia is still active, it could be dangerous." "Dangerous or not," she replied, "we can't let her slip away. She's been watching, waiting. We must act before she does." They drove to the Manor, now owned by the Bantrys, who were startled but cooperative when Miss Marple explained the situation. In the library, a dusty room lined with books and faded portraits, they found the painting of Mrs. Hargreaves' father, a stern-faced man in Victorian attire. Crane and Raymond lifted it down, revealing a hidden safe. The vicar, who'd joined them, produced a key from the church archives, found with the ledger. It fit perfectly. Inside the safe were bonds, deeds, and a small journal in Mrs. Hargreaves' hand detailing Lavinia Thorne's betrayal. She'd been a childhood friend, promised a share of the family fortune, but her greed had turned to murder when Mrs. Hargreaves refused to comply. Lionel, her nephew, had been Lavinia's pawn, manipulated by promises of wealth. As they catalogued the contents, a floorboard creaked in the hall. Crane spun around, his hand on his revolver, but it was only Mrs. Bantry, her face pale. "Jane, there's someone outside, a woman, watching from the garden. I saw her through the window." Miss Marple's eyes sharpened. "Lavinia," she said. "Crane, take Raymond and check the garden, quietly." The men slipped out, and Miss Marple stayed with Mrs. Bantry, her mind racing. If Lavinia was here, she was desperate perhaps to reclaim the fortune or to silence those who knew her secret. Minutes later, Crane returned, escorting a frail woman in a dark coat, her face lined but her eyes fierce. A silver ring, identical to Lionel's, gleamed on her finger. "Mrs. Lavinia Thorne, I presume," Miss Marple said calmly, the woman's lips curled into a bitter smile. "You're clever, old woman, but you're too late. The fortune's mine by right." "It was never yours," Miss Marple said. "You killed for it, and you sent others to do your bidding. But greed betrays itself, always." Lavinia lunged for the safe, but Crane restrained her. She spat curses as he led her away, her ring clinking against the handcuffs. The journal and bonds were taken to Scotland Yard, and Lavinia's arrest closed the final chapter of the syndicate's schemes. The fortune was restored to Mrs. Hargreaves' niece, and St. Mary Mead breathed easier, its secrets laid bare. Over tea with Mrs. Bantry, Miss Marple reflected on the case. "It's always the same, Dolly," she said, her needles clicking. "Greed, betrayal, revenge, they weave a pattern as old as time. But there's always a loose thread if you know where to look." Mrs. Bantry laughed. "Jane, you're a marvel, but promise me you'll take a rest now." Miss Marple smiled, her eyes twinkling. "For now, Dolly, but the world is full of threads, and I'll be ready when the next one unravels." Chapter 20. The final stitch. The winter sun hung low over St. Mary Mead, its pale light filtering through the lace curtains of Miss Marple's cottage. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room where she sat, her knitting, needles moving with the steady rhythm of a metronome. The village had settled into a quiet peace after Lavinia Thorne's arrest, the syndicate's schemes unravelling like a poorly knit scarf. The sapphire, the bonds, and Mrs. Hargreaves' journal had been safely delivered to her niece in Cornwall, and the church's secrets were once again locked in its ancient stones. Yet Miss Marple's mind, ever restless, lingered on the case, as if searching for a final stitch to complete the pattern. Her notebook lay open on the table, its pages filled with neat observations about Lionel Hargreaves, Lavinia Thorne, and the shadowy figures who'd haunted St. Mary Mead. The arrests had closed the book on the syndicate, but Miss Marple couldn't shake the feeling that something remained unsaid. Lavinia's bitter defiance in the Manor's library had hinted at a deeper motive, not just greed, but a personal vendetta against Mrs. Hargreaves. The journal had mentioned a broken promise, and Miss Marple wondered if there was one. Last truth to uncover, a final piece that would explain why the village had been drawn into such a tangled web. She set her knitting aside and sipped her tea, her eyes drifting to the window. The village green was dusted with frost, and children laughed as they built a snowman near the post office. Mrs. Price, now cleared of any serious wrongdoing after confessing her minor role as a courier, had resumed her duties, though her smiles were tinged with shame. Miss Marple felt a pang of sympathy. Human weakness, she knew, was as common as the weeds in her garden, but her thoughts returned to Lavinia. The woman's fury, her claim that the fortune was hers by right, suggested a history that went beyond the journal's account. A knock at the door interrupted her musings. It was Raymond West, her nephew, his cheeks flushed from the cold. "Aunt Jane, you'll never guess what I found," he said, holding up a small, leather-bound book. "I was poking around the Manor's library, Mrs. Bantry, let me have a look. And this was tucked behind a shelf, covered in dust. It's a diary, and I think it's Lavinia Thorne's. Miss Marple's eyes lit up. Bring it here, Raymond. Let's see what secrets it holds. They settled by the fire, and Miss Marple opened the diary, its pages brittle but legible. The entries, written in a sharp, elegant hand, began decades ago, when Lavinia was a young woman in Mrs. Hargreaves' circle. The early pages spoke of friendship, of shared dreams, and promises of wealth. But as Miss Marple read on, the tone darkened. Lavinia wrote of betrayal. Mrs. Hargreaves had promised her a share of the family fortune, a legacy tied to their father's business partnership, but reneged when Lavinia married a man Mrs. Hargreaves disapproved of. The final entry, dated the day before Mrs. Hargreaves' death, was chilling. She thinks she can keep it all, but I'll have what's mine. The manor will burn before I let her win. Miss Marple closed the diary, her heart heavy. Poor Lavinia, she murmured. Greed and pride twisted her, but it began with a broken heart. She never forgave Mrs. Hargreaves for shutting her out. Raymond frowned. But why wait all these years? Why send Lionel and Drayton instead of coming herself? Age, perhaps, Miss Marple said. Or caution. Lavinia was cunning. She built the syndicate to do her bidding, staying in the shadows until she was certain the fortune was within reach. But this diary confirms her motive. It wasn't just money, it was revenge. Raymond leaned forward. Do we take this to Sir Henry? It could strengthen the case against her. Miss Marple nodded. Yes, but first, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Bantry. She knew Mrs. Hargreaves' family, however distantly. She might recall something about Lavinia's marriage, or the promise that started this tragedy. They walked to Bantry Manor, the air crisp and biting. Mrs. Bantry welcomed them with her usual warmth, setting out a tray of scones and tea. Jane, you're at it again, she said, her eyes twinkling. What's this about Lavinia Thorne? Miss Marple explained the diary's contents, focusing on the broken promise. Do you remember anything about Lavinia's marriage, Dolly, or a dispute between her and Mrs. Hargreaves? Mrs. Bantry frowned, stirring her tea. Let me think. It was years ago, before you came to St. Mary Mead, Jane. Lavinia was a beauty, but headstrong. She married a man named Robert Thorncharming, but a gambler. Mrs. Hargreaves thought he was after the family money, and she cut Lavinia off, said she'd get nothing if she stayed with him. There was a terrible row. Lavinia swore she'd make Mrs. Hargreaves pay. I didn't think much of it then, just young passion, but, well, you know how it ended. Miss Marple's eyes softened. Yes, a promise broken, a heart hardened. It's a sad story, Dolly, but it explains so much. Lavinia's life was shaped by that betrayal, and she spent decades plotting to reclaim what she lost. As they spoke, a letter arrived from Sir Henry, delivered by a young constable. Miss Marple opened it, her fingers steady despite the chill in her hands. The letter was brief but significant. Dear Jane, Lavinia Thorne has confessed. Your hunch about a personal motive was spot on. She admitted to orchestrating Mrs. Hargreaves' murder with Lionel as her accomplice. She's named other syndicate members, and we're rounding them up. The diary, if you have it, will seal the case. You've done it again, old friend. Yours, Henry Clithering. Miss Marple handed the letter to Raymond, a faint smile on her lips. It's over, then. The last thread is tied. But as she spoke, a memory flickered, a fleeting glimpse of a woman at the village fete. Not Lavinia, but someone watching from the edge of the crowd. her face half hidden by a scarf. Miss Marple had dismissed it at the time, caught up in the trapped for Drayton, but now it nagged at her. Could there be one final player, someone Lavinia hadn't named? She shook her head, chiding herself for seeing shadows where none existed. The case was closed, the village safe, to be certain. She visited the vicarage one last time, asking the vicar to check the church records for any mention of Robert Thorne, Lavinia's husband. The vicar, ever obliging, found a single entry, a donation in Robert's name made years after his supposed death in a gambling den brawl. Odd, the vicar said. I thought he died before Mrs. Hargreaves. So did I, Miss Marple said, her mind racing. She thanked him and returned home, her thoughts a whirl of possibilities. If Robert Thorne had survived, could he have been part of the syndicate, hiding in plain sight? Or was the donation a red herring, a final taunt from Lavinia? She telephoned Sir Henry, her voice calm but firm. Henry, one last thing. Check the syndicate's records for any trace of Robert Thorne. He may be dead, but if he's not, he could be the final link. Sir Henry chuckled. Jane, you're relentless. I'll look into it, but I suspect you've already solved the case. Thorne's been listed as deceased for decades, but I'll humour you. The next week brought a final letter from Sir Henry. Robert Thorne, it turned out, had died in obscurity years ago, his donation a sentimental gesture by a distant cousin. The syndicate was truly finished, its members scattered or imprisoned. Miss Marple read the letter by her fire, her knitting needles resuming their rhythm. The village was quiet, the frost thickening on the windows, and she felt the satisfaction of a puzzle complete. She joined Mrs. Bantry for tea the following day, the Manor's drawing room warm and inviting. Jane, Dolly said, you've saved St. Mary Mead again. But surely you'll rest now. Miss Marple smiled, her eyes twinkling. For now, Dolly. But human nature never rests, and neither do I. There's always another story, another thread to follow. As she finished her tea, she glanced at her notebook, its pages now closed. The shawl on her lap was complete, its stitches tight and even. A testament to patience and care. St. Mary Mead would face new mysteries, she knew, but for now it was at peace. She folded the shawl and placed it in a basket, ready for the next villager in need of warmth. And with that, Miss Marple turned her gaze to the window, watching the snow fall, her mind already open to the next pattern that might emerge from the quiet of her beloved village.